HTC Week 2, how to master the art of closing high ticket sales. Put in the chat, how many of you have done your assignments? Yes? How many of you have uploaded your intro video? So everybody gets to know who you are. So you get to connect with your brothers and sisters. Watching the daily videos. How many videos per day? That's right. 10 videos a day. Now, it's very, very important. What my goal, Siva's goal is always, I don't want this to be one of those experience where it's very, very, like the learning experience is very passive. You watch some videos and, oh, that's nice. And you learn some things and you get entertained, but then you don't take action. HTC is not that kind of program. HTC is all about implementation. It's all about taking what I taught you and then implement, and you'll be fine, and you implement again. It's all about taking action. So tonight, this is a very, very special class, even for the previous seasons. Again, this is HTC 2.0. You will be seeing a lot of new materials, and not just new materials. Tonight's class is going to be a little bit longer than usual. just expect that. There's so much I want to pack in. There's so much I want to share with you. And as I'm adding different things, I also talk about some things, but as I'm adding different slides, and I thought, oh yeah, I want to teach that too. What about this part? What about that part? And I think you'll see that tonight's class, as Desmond said, it's one of those turning points that I am going to go very much in depth, the hidden psychology of high ticket sales. For some, you'll be very uncomfortable. For some, what I'm going to teach you tonight might shock you. For some, you will be so thrilled to learn about this new world of high ticket sales. So if you're ready, put in the chat in Discord and say, I am ready. Go for it. Very good. Very good. So, quick reminder. What are the 3 rules of HTC? Put in the chat. What are the 3 rules of HTC? Let's see if you remember. Give you a little test here. Let's see. What's the first one? That's right. What's the first one? No excuse. What's the second one? No opinions. And third one, no victims. No victims. As high ticket closers, we're not BM. We don't BMW. We could drive BMW, but we don't bitch, moan, and whine. We're not bitchers, moaners, and whiners. We are high ticket closers. With me? Can we agree on that? Okay. No bitching. Right? If certain things that didn't work, and I know that there was maybe a little bit of issue with a technical issue, a login, and a few things, I think, from the last few days, be patient. Don't bitch. Don't bitch to support. That's one of the things I look for, by the way. How many of you, after you graduate, you join my team? You want to be closing for our organization? Put in the chat. If that's the case, I'll tell you how we vet people. I don't listen to what you say, I watch what you do. And one of the themes that we teach within HTC is how you do anything is how you do everything. Repeat after me. How you do anything is how you do everything. One more time. How you do anything is how you do everything. So look. Are you full of opinions? Do you make excuses? Do you like to complain? Are you rude to support? When we start on Discord, we will look and say, you want to join my team? I'll just have my team take a look. Okay, so how many hours role play have you done? Oh no, Sifu, I'm very dedicated. I really want to learn. I'm very serious. I want to be part of a team. I look at how many hours you've logged on Discord. How many role plays have you done? Then I talk to my support and say, how about this person? What was his or her attitude like? Because sometimes people are very polite to us, not very polite to support. Probably not a team player then. I look at people, not how you treat big people, how you treat little people. That tells me everything I need to know. Skill set, everything I could give you. That's not a problem. But attitude comes first. So there, I give you a little bit insight. You ever want to join my team? Those are things I look for. If I can see, bitching, complaining everywhere, you're not joining my team. You can work without influencers, but you're not joining my team. Does that make sense? It's a business owner, by the way. How many of you are a business owner? Put in the chat. You run your own business. Your people working within your company. Always remember, how they do anything is how they do everything. Don't just listen to what they say. Watch what they do. Now, as you go through this journey, one thing that will happen is this, that as you develop your skills, as you get better, one of these things would happen, that you will have a tendency that want to help everybody around you. How many have done that before? That in your life right now, even up to this point, that you've always wanted to help people, and you bend over backwards to help people. And instead of helping people, it becomes very draining for you. It becomes very exhausting for you. How many of you have had that experience? Put in the chat. You know what I'm talking about. Let me tell you something. You know when the Coast Guard goes out in a stormy night to rescue a boat that has capsized, they bring their helicopter and they hover over top of the boat. And then they realize that there's more people in the water than there's space in the helicopter. Now, for previous graduates, don't say anything. In fact, during this whole class, all my previous seasons, all my graduates, don't say anything, because I have a lot of questions. You know what I mean? Don't give anything out, because that ruins the experience. If even you know the answer, I know you want to look smart, don't do that, because it ruins the experience for the new season. So all these answers, don't give them out. Can you do that? Can you do that for Sifu? Yes? Okay, appreciate it. So who do they save? You know what the motto is? Because all these people, they know they cannot save everybody, because there's only so much space in the helicopter, and there's more people in the water than there's space in the helicopter. So what's the motto? The motto is very simple. They only save the one who swims towards us. We only save the people who swim toward us. I only save the people who swim toward me. I help people help themselves. You will go nuts trying to help people that do not want your help, but claim that they do. How many of you know what I'm talking about? They claim they want your help, but they do not want your help. And sometimes those people are the closest to you. They're your family. They're your friends. And they say they want your help. And you know what? The moment you try to help somebody and they push you back, and they push you back, and they push you back, and they're in the water, there comes to a point where you have to say, I love you, but I'm going to be over there. And hopefully you'll swim toward me at some point, but I'm going to be over there. And if you don't swim toward me, I'm sorry, the helicopter is leaving. See, the quickest way for you to drown is to help someone who's pushing you away. They're swimming away from you. That's how drowned people pull you under. Does that make sense? And you try to help those people when there's all these people that are actually wanting to swim toward you, and they are the ones swimming toward you, and yet all your focus, you're focusing on the people who push you away because you want to fix what is broken. And there's a big difference between a leader versus a savior. I'm not a savior, I'm a leader. How many of you ever try to be a savior? Try to save people who don't want you to save them, who don't want your help, who are drowning, who push you back and push you back. And out of the good intent, the goodness of your heart, you're like, I want to help you. Listen to me. Don't do this stupid shit. Come on. Come here. You're drowning. You are dying. Come over. Swim toward here. Let's get out of here. Let's get on the helicopter, man. They say, no. I'll just be here. I'll be right here. The best advice I could give you, and that is stop trying to save the world. Save yourself first. Don't try to save the world. Save yourself first. You see this in airline. When there's an emergency, when on a plane, what do they tell you? Put in the chat, what do they tell you? That's right. You put on the oxygen mask on for yourself first. Before anything else. See, one of the things you have to understand, write this down. You cannot help, you cannot save, you cannot give coming from a place of lack. You cannot give coming from a place of scarcity. You could only give coming from a place of abundance. You could only give coming from a place of abundance. Now, I want you to think about that. So when in the meantime, when you're trying to save the world, you're fucking drowning. They're pulling you under. You are dying. How does that help anybody? How does that do anybody any good? It doesn't. Write this down. Sometimes in life, you have to be incredibly selfish so that you could be incredibly generous. I'll let that sink in for a moment. I'll say that one more time. Sometimes in life, you have to be incredibly selfish so you could be incredibly generous. Forget trying to save other people first. Save yourself. Save yourself first. Then you can save other people. Do you understand? Are you getting this? Good. Good. Let that sink in. Let that sink in a bit. It's one of those matrix moments. So you're going to be a savior or you're going to be a leader? Put in the chat. Who are you going to be? A savior or leader? And there are 3 laws of prosperity you must understand. There are 3 laws. Now, one of these laws could easily save you months or even years of hard work if you have not been living and working consistent with these laws up to now. Now, these laws, the laws of prosperity, these laws are very similar to laws of physics, laws of gravity. See, with law of gravity, it doesn't matter if you understand it or not. It doesn't even matter if you believe it or not. If you jump off a building, the law of gravity would have an effect. It's always in play. It doesn't matter if you believe, the law of gravity doesn't exist. Jump off a building, you'll find out very quickly. When you drop something, boom, law of gravity. So these are what I'm going to share with you. These are very practical and proven laws that apply everywhere to success and business. Law number 1. Say it with me, and that is the law of clarity. Say it with me. What is it? The law of clarity. The law of clarity states the clearer you are about your goals and objectives, the more efficient and effective you will be achieving them. The clearer you are about your goals and objectives, the more efficient and effective you will be achieving them. Also write this down. Extreme clarity equals extreme results. Extreme clarity equals extreme results. Your success in life will be largely determined by how crystal clear you are about what it is that you really, really want. One of the things that I do, one of the things I always take time to do, is to get more clarity about where I am, where I want to go. Sometimes when I go into thinking time, that's what I want to do. I'm always very, very clear about where I'm going, where I am, what are the obstacles in between. If I am not clear, I always take the time to figure it out. What are the obstacles in between? See, most people in life, everything they want is very vague. They're not very clear about what they want. And yet I spend a lot of time getting more clear. What is my vision? Who do I have to be? What are some of the things I need to learn? What are some of the skill sets I need to upgrade? That's the law, the power of clarity. Because I strongly believe most people in life, they don't get what they want because they don't know what the fuck they want. They don't know what they want. Oh, I want to have more money. How much? What kind of money? Because not all money is all created equal. How do you want to make that money? In what way? How soon? What service? What product? What value are you going to bring to the marketplace in exchange of that money? No fucking clue. That's why you're broke. Because you have no fucking clue. Does that make sense? That's the problem. And now taking the time to look at some of your vision boards. I'm going to give you some coaching, some tough love.
Oh, Sifu, I remember, when I first got started. So I just want to pre-frame for everyone because I was big on the whole vision board, right? When I first got started, and then I had no idea really what a proper vision board was supposed to look like. So now that when I see these ones and I see the assignments, I pat the students, the season for getting their assignments in. But I think you guys need to pay attention here because this is going to be a big aha moment. This, for me personally, once this made sense, I was able to get laser focus.
So your vision board. So if I pick yours, like don't cry, is to give you some coaching. This is some tough love coming from a place of care because I want you to get this. And that's why most people do all the vision board wrong. Actually, most people out there teach the vision board all wrong, right? They talk about, oh, here's how I set a vision board. No, they don't give you a very the kind of the guidelines, the proper way of using the vision board. And that's why most of the time, almost everybody, the first time they do the vision board, I look at it, I just like, I cringe because like, that's not how you do it, but that's okay. Why did I ask you to do it first? Right? I want you to first do it. Then now I'm going to teach you a better way of doing it. Is this making sense? Right? How to do it properly. Right? How to do it properly. So let's take a look at some of your vision boards. All right, take a deep breath. Come on, take a deep breath. We want to get into it. All right, here's the first one. Boom. Now, it's a very
artistically or well, yeah.
Vision board, yeah. It's yeah. So once you look at the vision board, it's a very, very typical, and differently, you see my picture, you see a Big Dan's picture, you see different people, all of that. Okay, and there's how many you can see there's a lot of stuff going on, right? There's a lot of stuff going on. Now, no right or wrong, it's just vision board. So I want to show you this first. Now, remember, what is the very first law? What's the first law of prosperity? Law of clarity. Now, so let me ask you this. Does this look very clear to you? Does this look very clear to you? When you look at this, the vision board, and you don't know the person, does this look very clear to you? Okay, here's the second one.
Is that part of their house? Just what they put up on the wall?
So I want you to look at this vision board. Take a moment. Take a moment. So that's our vision board. Less stuff for sure, but how many can see is a little bit abstract. That's not a vision board. This is not planet Earth. Okay. Here's one more. Now, it's a better vision board.
Okay, so the money, okay, big box of money, I like that. I see all the pins, and I'm sure the feet. I think I understand what they're trying to say here. Like they want to kick their feet up and maybe the laptop lifestyle or something, but I don't know. Do they want feet? Do they want, I don't know, like wife and kids? I'm a family man. Is that someone else's wife and kids? I'm not sure. What do the pins represent? Is that somewhere they've been? Is it somewhere they want to go? I can see the bodybuilder, right? So maybe strong arms. Is that what they want? They want strong legs. They want to be strong.
Or they just want a barbell. They want some barbell, or maybe you want some like
stationary, the pins.
So some pin. You want some pins? Sure. How many you want? Right? Do you see the problem? So let's apply immediately what we've learned. The law of clarity. Now, don't just look at other people's vision board. Look at your own damn vision board. Right? Look at your own vision board. So here's the very first lesson I want to teach you. Your vision board is not your inspiration board. Your vision board is not your inspiration board. What do I mean by your inspiration board? The quotes that you like, the things that might inspire you, pictures, visuals that inspire you. Put those damn things on your inspiration board, not your vision board. Your vision board is your vision board. That's what you want. This is what you want your life to look like. Just think about if it's, you see the quotes, you see all this stuff, like, what? What is that you want? I don't get it. I don't get it. That's the first law. Second law. The law of realism. You see, high-tech closers deal with the world as it is, not as they wish it would be. High-ticket closers deal with the world as it is, not as they wish it would be. Now, this is very important. And I want you to look at your vision board again. The Sifu is teaching you something very, very important here. Okay? And I'm going to give you a very powerful insight in just a moment. I want you to look at this vision board. Now, I want you to think about this student. The law of realism. We deal with the world as it is, not as they wish it would be. And they put all these pictures, and I get it. It's a different parts, different houses, different. It's got a home theater. I could see you got a collection of cars. You've got the boat. So my question is, now depends on where you are. I assume that you want to own this house. You want a place like this, America's most expensive home. Now, I'm going to be realistic here, okay? How much are you making now? Do you have any idea how much this lifestyle would cost? This is not a millionaire style. This is a billionaire lifestyle. The house that you see, the boat in the back, I don't know if you can see in the top right corner. This, if you have even a net worth of 100 million, you can't afford this lifestyle. This is like, you got to have a net worth of probably $1 billion to afford this lifestyle. So does this person deal with the world as it is? Or is a world he wish it would be? So what happens is this. Every single time, most people, when they put this stuff, different things on the vision board, you think, oh, but Sifu, that inspires me. That's where I want to be ultimately. Well, you're fucking living in a basement with your mom. How about let's set a goal to get a little condo first, to move out of the damn fucking house before worry about a $250 million home. So every time you walk by the vision board, instead of inspires you, what does it do? It reminds how much a fucking failure you are every single time you look at it. Because where you are today, to there is too far. And I am not saying, Steve is not saying don't dream big. I want you to dream big. But you need to get to that first step. You get to that first step first. And you know it, and I know it, if you and I are honest with each other. Do you really feel good looking at that every day? Reminds me how far you are from that. That it's almost impossible for you to get to where you are to that. And how does that build your self-confidence as a closer? How does that help you in any shape, way, or form? Except making you feel shit. Like you feel like so shitty looking at this stuff. Instead of empowering you, it disempowers you. Does that make sense? Every single time you walk by your vision board should be, yes, can't wait. I want to do this. Because this student is not following the law of realism. Are you learning something new? Yes? I want you to get this. I know Steve is some tough love. I got to give you some tough love. Here's another one. Mentors. Oh. That's fine. You have Sifu's picture. That's awesome. Quality time with family. Dress for success.
$20 billion. $20
billion? And I'm not saying you can make $20 billion. How about let's just make that first 2K? How's that? Or the first 20K? How's that? People put things on their vision board. They have no fucking clue how much it costs.
Actually, Sifu, I'm confused here. If someone wants $20 billion, what is it about a 2018 white two-wheel single cab manual pickup truck? I don't know. I'm confused. It doesn't seem like a billionaire would be driving a pickup truck.
That's why I said you have no fucking clue. It's totally incongruent. You have no idea. You put that house. Do you know how much the house costs? Remember what Sifu talks about in FU Money? Everything I want, I'm very clear. How much would it cost? What would it take to get that? versus you put a house. Oh, that looks like a nice house. Do you know how much that house cost? Do you know how much it costs to maintain that house? Do you know who you need to have just to take care of the house? No. Then you're fucking daydreaming.
The Wi-Fi system in a house like that is
Yeah. Do you know
not
how much
the
electricity that
Wi-Fi
was going to
system.
cost?
Yeah.
No. Probably electricity costs more than what you're paying for your rent right now. Do you see the problem? Your ability and your willingness to be completely realistic in your life and work are among the most important qualities of successful closers. High-tech closers, we deal with the world as it is, not as we wish to be. When we go into a closing call, we don't believe the whole bullshit positive thinking. Oh yeah, when I get on a closing call, it's going to be so easy that the prospect is going to love me. He's going to like wanting to buy. It's going to be a walk in the park. And I'm just going to hand the agreement over probably 15, 20 minutes. Yep. He's going to sign the deal. I'm going to make my commission. You're in a fucking fantasy land. Instead, here's what Sifu believes. Sifu doesn't, I don't quite believe in the whole positive thinking, the power of positive thinking. I'm not a big fan of that. Here's what I believe in. I believe in the power of negative preparation. Write this down. I believe in the power of negative preparation. I go in any closing scenario, any closing call, knowing, expecting the prospect, he's going to be skeptical. He's not going to trust me. He probably doesn't want to buy this. He probably has a lot of objections. And I want to go in knowing every single fucking objection he could possibly have. And I would have prepared myself, equipped myself, mentally prepare. Going in, I don't care what objection you throw at me. I know exactly what I need to say. That's the power of negative preparation. You don't go in being so naive and say nothing would go wrong. I'm going and say everything would go fucking wrong. It would go bad. And I'm well prepared. Doesn't matter what you throw at me, I've got it covered. Now, when you go in, not just like have these stupid optimism, I go in, I have the real confidence because you know what? I'm well prepared. There's no objection. There's no question. There's nothing you could say that would stop me. Nothing. Can you see the power of that? The power of negative preparation. It's a very different philosophy. It's a very, very different philosophy. Never trust to luck or hope that something unexpected will turn up to solve a problem or save a situation. Nope. That is not what I'm thinking. What I do know is we are in charge. We are in charge. If you read a few money, you know I don't believe buying lottery. I don't buy lottery. Why don't I buy lottery? Because I don't trust the luck or hope that something unexpected will turn up. At first, when I look at other people and look at the lottery, I'm like, okay. Now you might think, oh, Sifu, you know, my friend does it. My family does it. It's only a few dollars. It's not about the few dollars. Do you understand? How you do anything is how you do everything. When you spend that $2, $3, $5 to buy that lottery ticket, it's not about the $5. It is what you are saying, the act of buying that lottery ticket to your subconscious mind, that you believe, luck or hope, that something will happen, that you need some miracle to be fucking successful. And when that is your expectation, listen to me, guess what? You are subconsciously self-sabotaging yourself. You will never be successful. That's why you are hoping even one in a 1 million, 1 in 10 million chance. If there's a chance I could win, I would buy the ticket, and all my problem would go away. It's the act of buying the lottery. What are you saying to yourself versus I don't buy? The act of not buying, what am I saying to myself? I don't need this shit. I don't need luck. I don't need lottery. You know, even when I had no money, I never, ever, ever believe in that. And now, you know what? As I look at that number, when I walk in the mall, what if the lottery ticket, 10, 20 million, some jackpot thing? You know what's going through my mind? Do you know what's going through my mind? It's not a lot of money. I can make that myself. Okay. It's 20 million, 50 million, it's 100 million. Okay. I can make that. What's the big deal? Do you see the difference? That's a very, very different outlook in life. So you want to deal with your world as it is, not as you wish to be. Number 3, the law of focus. The law of what? The law of focus. What you focus on expands. What you focus on expands. Now, have you ever noticed this? That maybe you weren't thinking about it, but now you're thinking about it. You're thinking about getting a certain brand of car. Whatever brand, you weren't thinking about it, but now you're like, I'm looking into buying a whatever car. Whatever it is. Could be Mercedes, could be BMW, could be whatever it is, right? Tesla, Porsche, right? Audi. And you weren't thinking about it, but now suddenly when you're thinking about it, you suddenly notice. Have you ever had this experience? Oh, they're like Porsches everywhere. They're Audis everywhere. Like now you're paying attention. Suddenly now you're much more aware, right? Why? Because what you focus on expands. So my question to you is, did suddenly, when you want to buy an Audi, that suddenly there are a lot more Audis on the street, or they are always there, but you weren't focusing on it, and that's why you don't see it? Which one? That's right. They're always there. But you weren't paying attention because that's not your focus. See, human beings, our minds are very powerful. Our minds know that we cannot handle so much information coming every day. So what your mind automatically does, your brain automatically filters out stuff for you. So when your mind is saying, hey, that's not very important, well, then let's not use any mental bandwidth and energy to even think about it. So you don't see those cars. But suddenly, when, hey, you know, I kind of want to get one of those, or that brand. Oh, okay. Now that suddenly is relevant to you, has some meaning for you. Now your mind expands. Now suddenly you can see, oh, it's everywhere. Oh, my neighbor has one. Oh, I'm driving down the street. Here's another one. Holy shit, this is everywhere. What is going on? Because what you focus on expands. When you understand the law of focus, if you focus on lack, if you focus on scarcity, you focus on paying bills, you focus on not enough money, guess what you're going to get? More of it. If you spend a majority of your time worrying about money, focusing on not enough, guess what you'll get more of? Exactly that. If you focus your time on your debt, guess what you're going to get more out of? More debt. You'll spend time worried about, oh, man, when am I going to pay off that debt? Oh, man, I don't know, man, next month. Whew, this is like so stressful. Guess what? More debt. More debt. Because what you focus on expense. So here's one of them. Another, now it's not bad. You've got the watch, you've got the family, you've got Sifu's picture, which I'm honored. But I have one problem with this vision board. If law number 3 is focus, How many cars do you see on that vision board? 4.
And then those cars too, each of those cars you're looking at 6 figures for each one of them. They're all custom built. I know my cars really well, import cars and, modifying them. There's a lot there. Again,
Mhm.
another one here, right? Sifu, like just, I don't even know what to look at first.
What is going on? What the fuck is going on here? Right? You see some of the mind, body, spirit. That's the inspiration board, right? You see the little beach holiday. That's good. You see the uh,
There's one that definitely caught my eye, and I can tell you this is definitely not the thing, what not to do. And that's on the bottom right with the,
can you see it? Can you see it? That's right. So every time I look at the vision board, what do I see? Debt.
Debt, yeah.
Debt. What you focus on expands.
Like I know what
focus on expense.
I know what this person was trying to do. They're trying to say like I want to pay my debt, be debt free. Your brain, how does
mind
subconscious mind does not know the difference in the negative to the positive. You only have to put the positive, what you want, not what you don't want.
So don't need to put the debt. Put how much you want to make. How much you want to have in the bank. Cash. Cash. How many of you getting some aha moments? Put in the chat.
And then I can see there's a small toy plane next to travel. I get it, right? But again, do you want the toy plane? Is that what you want?
Yeah, what is it? What is it you want? So, focus. Distraction is the only luxury of the poor. Write this down. Distraction is the only luxury of the poor. Broke people dabble. Rich people focus. You notice people dabble? The dabblers. How many know some dabblers in your life? They try a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You meet them this month, they're trying this, whatever the fuck they've got going on. And then next month, oh, they're dabbling on something else. 3 months later, they're dabbling on something else. And then they're dabbling on something else. And you look at them and holy shit, man, in 2, 3, 5 years, you haven't made any progress at all. You're in the same fucking place or even worse. Rich people focus because we know what we focus on expense. And that's why I say distraction. When I say that, I know that when I say that on social media, even, I mean, it offends a lot of people. When I say distraction is the only luxury of the poor. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, you're putting down, poor people. Well, I'm not putting down poor people because I was broke. Sifu was broke, but Sifu's never been poor. Broke is temporary. Broke meaning I just have some cash flow problems. Poor, on the other hand, being poor is a state of mind. It's a mindset. Even when I had no money, even when I was $150,000 in debt, I was never poor. I was broke. I could fix that. Just cash flow, skills. I could turn that around, no problem. Poor, I cannot fix because that's a mindset. That's a mindset. When someone thinks like a poor person, they'll always be poor. I want you to understand something. When I go through different stages in life, I wasn't thinking about, oh, I'm gonna be this successful and this. No, at first, I was just thinking about making enough so I could help my mom. That was it. I wasn't thinking about being a millionaire. I wasn't thinking about that I'm going to, have a global organization. I wasn't thinking about, not even in my wildest dream that I would envision that this is what I would do, that this is going to be my purpose in my life. I was just focusing on how could I pay the bills? How could I make my mom's life just a little bit easier so she's not as stressed out. And after I have developed my first high income skill and then my second high income skills, as I could see now I'm making six figure, that's when I set a goal. You know what? Maybe there's a shot that I could be a millionaire. When I'm working on my mindset, I want you to get this. Once I made a decision, once I was thinking differently, I could already see myself as a millionaire way before the money gets deposited into my bank account. I'll say that one more time. I don't know if you're getting this. I saw myself as a millionaire first, way before the actual money gets deposited into my bank account. So the money, it wasn't the money that made me a millionaire. Is I had the mindset first. I had the skill set first before, if you want to use the term manifest, like the universe manifests into my real life. So I want you to look at your vision board. Now, over the years, I've put on so many different ideas, goals, visions, things on my vision board. And I'm very proud to tell you this, that over the years, I've accomplished almost every single item that I put on my vision board. There are only a few times that I didn't accomplish those things. And the reason I didn't accomplish those things on my vision board is only one of these few reasons. Either I don't want it anymore, that it was my vision, but now I kind of lost interest. I didn't want it anymore, so I took it out of the vision board. That's one scenario. Another one is whatever I wanted, the thing that I wanted is no longer available. It's no longer available anymore. But my success rate on my vision board is damn fucking high. Very, very high. And there's no accident. This is a specific way that I utilize my vision board. Now I'll share with you the 3 laws of prosperity, what not to do. Would you want Sifu to share with you what I do, how I use my vision board, right? What's my secret? Okay. I want you to imagine this. Now, if you have your vision board in front of you, I want you to kind of look at this, okay? Now, first of all, before I even go into this, you look at your vision board, the 3 laws, right? The 3 laws right there. How many, be honest, you can see some problem with the vision board. You're going to make some change. How many going to make some changes after tonight's class? Right? Good. Right? Separate the 2. Have your inspiration board, fine. Quotes, pictures, things that inspire you. On your vision board, you only put what you want. So I want you to imagine this. Imagine there's like a genie, Aladdin's, the magic lamp. You're walking along, you find this magic lamp, and you rub it and comes out a genie. Out comes a genie. And let's call that the XTC genie. Okay, there's this XTC genie. And the genie is asking you, well, I can make whatever goals that you want, all your wishes come true. You just need to put down the vision board. And you're like, great, awesome, love you, XTC genie, right? And so whatever goals that you want. Now, but there are some rules when it comes to having the genie make your wishes come true. So I'm going to teach you those 3 rules. How do you work with the genie? Okay. Number 1, the genie is very, very busy because the genie also helps other people. The genie goes around and helps anyone who have dreams and goals and make their wishes come true. So the genie is very busy, number 1. So the genie doesn't have a lot of time to hear your explanation. What that means is this: if the genie looks at your vision board, any one of the items, and the genie is confused, the genie would be like, I'm out of here. So pictures that you saw, I want you to look at your vision board. if you have to explain to Genie what that fucking thing is, the Genie's like, I'm too busy. I don't get this. I don't get it. Like you want, like, imagine I'm looking at your inspiration board. So what do you want? You want a quote? Is that what you want? You want a quote? You want a dumbbell? You want a logo? You want a pen? Huh? Well, no, that's not me. What I want is, no, I know. I don't hear your explanation. Then second thing is, the Genie is not very smart. The Genie takes things literally. So you remember the picture with the laptop, the feet? The Genie looks at that, okay, you want some feet? I'll give you some feet. You want 2 feet? Here we go. Boom. The Genie's dumb. Okay? The Genie's busy. The Genie looks at, oh, you want some debt? Okay, sure, I'll give you some debt. Boom. I'm busy. I'm not very smart, right? Oh, you want more debt? Go for it. Boom. Some more debt. You're now $10,000 in debt. Goodbye. Do you see the problem? You put it in some yoga pose. Oh, so you want some yoga pose? Here we go. Boom. Here you go. That's how the Genie works. How many of you are confusing the fuck out of your Genie right now? Now, the Genie is very busy. If you have 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 things on your vision board, what is Genie going to do? I'm out of here. I'm busy. I don't get this. I'm gone. Fly away. I got the Knicks high-tech closer to help. This is I don't get it. So when you have so many damn things on your vision board, it's confusing as fuck. And the Genie's like, I don't get it. Here's the last one. This is the most powerful one. The Genie loves to win. The Genie loves to make wishes come true. But only for those who always make their wishes come true. I'll say that one more time. The Genie loves to make wishes come true for those who always make their wishes come true. The Genie wants to do his job. The Genie loves his job. But he can't do his job if he's fucking confused. He can't do his job when he doesn't get what you want. So imagine this. Let's go back to example. You put the fucking $250 million home image on the vision board and you're making $2,000 a month. The Genie looks at this as, I ain't doing this. I ain't making your goals come true. Then I feel like a failure. And every single time the Genie comes by, I look at the vision board. None of this shit comes true. How if you are the Genie, how would you feel? Do you want to go back and look at the vision board? Every single time I look at the vision board, the Genie feels like I'm a failure. I'm not doing my job. I'm not making your dream come true. I want to do my job. So instead, what should you do? What should you do? Help the Genie win. Make the Genie feel good. Now, here's what's amazing about the Genie. When the Genie feels good, he comes back more often and make more of your goals come true. Faster and easier because the Genie is feeling good. The Genie is like, I love this. I love this master. This master is cool. Makes it easy for me to do my job, right? Put a very clear picture. It doesn't confuse me. And every time I come by, different goals gets accomplished. I love this master. I love serving this master. Does that make sense? So instead of putting like 10 fucking cards on your vision board, which the Genie would feel like, this is guaranteed to fail. I don't want to do this. How many should you have? One. You're driving a fucking, like, I don't know, beat up like lemon. Let's not put that Ferrari on there just yet. How about let's just get your BMW or get your Mercedes, get your Tesla, right? Get just the next level, right? Before you go into that Ferrari, just get a Tesla. What's wrong with that? Do you see what I'm talking about? Instead of putting that $250 million home, how about let's get you to that $500,000 condo or that townhouse first.
Yeah. See, even with the cars, how about even just a brand new car?
Just a brand new car. If you have an old car, how about just a brand new car?
Yeah. Could be a SUV, could be an import,
Now, here's a trick. I'll give you a very powerful trick, okay? You want a trick? Now, the genie loves to make wishes come true for those always make their wishes come true. Now, the genie, listen to me, doesn't judge. It doesn't judge. Oh, this is such a small goal. That doesn't count. No, the genie has no emotion attached to your goal. No attachment. So what it means is when you set small goals, you put that on your vision board. It doesn't have to be this big fucking massive thing. It could be a small thing. So instead of I am going to, go to, let's say, Europe and live in this fancy hotel for a 3-week trip. You could say, you know what? My first thing is I'm going to go on a shorter trip. Maybe it's even a drive with my family. Maybe it's not like a super fancy hotel, but I'm going to stay in a decent hotel, like a 4-star hotel for 2 days. The genie is like, okay, boom, done. The genie doesn't judge. And then the genie, hey, I just made that dream come true. What's the next? What's next? Oh, here's another goal. See, instead of setting a goal, I'm going to make $1 million, and you might. How about say, you know what? I'm going to, for the first, after graduate, my goal is to close my first sale. That's it. I want to close my first, not even think of not 10,000. I'm just close my $2,000 sale. I want to make my first $200. That's it. The genie is like, okay, boom, wish come true. What's next? Okay, great. How about the second one? Boom. How about the third one? How about the 10th one? Boom. Okay, now I'm going to bump it up to 500. Boom. Okay, then I'm going to make 1,000, 2,000. Boom. All that gets accomplished. Okay, now I want to quit my job. Boom, no problem. I want to be able to close full time. Boom, no problem. Do you see the difference? Success breeds success. Failure breeds failure. Help the genie, help yourself to become successful. Instead of saying, Sifu, I can see all the other superstars. I'm going to be making $30,000 a month as a closer. I want that to be your goal. But let's put on the vision board, how about closing that first sale? Do that first. Get to that first initial step. Or find the influencer, which I'm going to teach you week 6. Do you see the difference? See, now instead of looking at a vision board and you feel shitty, right? You feel, oh my God, when am I going to get that? I don't know if I could get that. And you still feel lousy versus, man, I'm close. I'm very, very close. Very close. Small little goal. Small little goal, right? We have students who say goals where, hey, all I want is, first goal, I want to graduate successfully, complete all the challenge, just graduate from HTC. Good. Is that a doable goal? Yes or no? Is that a realistic goal? Yes or no? Yeah, put that on your fucking vision board. I want to unlock class 8 to be able to hit the 80% attendance rate. Is that doable? Yes or no? Put that on your vision board. Boom, boom. Your genie is like, hey, within weeks, you've accomplished multiple things. This is awesome. Versus right now, your genie looks at your vision board. Oh, man, I haven't had any success in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. This sucks. This master sucks. I don't want to follow this master. It makes me feel so bad. Right? Yeah, you're going to depress your fucking genie. That's right. It's a depressed genie. Right? You want a genie to be happy. So put those, doesn't matter how, like put small shit. Small things. Those small things adds up. Yes, you can have that goal, but you know what? I'm just gonna do small. Maybe it's that when was the last time I go out for with my family, like maybe my wife, maybe my husband, just a nice dinner. Okay. Maybe I'm not ready to stay in Peninsula and West Carlton, but god damn it, I'm gonna take my wife, I'm gonna take my husband. We're gonna go out there for a nice dinner. We're gonna go for a nice restaurant. Right? Maybe before dinner is like 20, 30 bucks. You know what? I'm gonna be the high roller. I'm gonna spend $100 on a dinner. That's it. I'll put that on my vision board. Right? I'm gonna order a little nicer bottle of wine. Just that. I'm gonna put that on my vision board. And boom. And you do that. And the genie is like, oh, things are happening. Things are happening on this vision board. Dreams are coming true. All right. Okay, maybe I'll pay attention. I'll do a better job. What else do you want? Well, you know what? I know I took my wife to a fancy dinner. We had this fancy restaurant. It's really, really good. The next thing I want is just this. All right. Let's get to work. Boom. And you accomplish that as well. Are you getting this? Small things. Small things. That's why Steve is able to accomplish everything I want. Everything I want. And then what happens is this. As I accomplish more, then I started stretching myself. Now I'm putting some big stuff, some pretty big stuff on my vision board. And I still get to accomplish. Because now I have my genie, like if you think about like almost like a game, my genie is now this is a super genie. Because this genie has been with me for many, many years. It is one smart, tough genie that's got more superpower, right? More superpower than anybody else. Then now I can put some pretty hefty goals, some pretty big things on there, and then a genie would make it happen, right? Because it's a very strong genie. It's got much more time compared to other people's genie because I've been working with a genie for so many years. I want to tell you a quick story. Many years ago, I was driving a Mazda 3 hatchback. If you know the Mazda 3 hatchback. That was my car. And I had a dream, my dream car, right? Which is the RX-8, the Mazda RX-8 in red with the rotary engine. That's my first like dream car. So guess what I did? I put that on my vision board. Now, at any given time, I could tell you this, my vision board do not have more than probably 6 or 7 items. I do not have 20 things. I do not have 50 things. I have like maybe 5 or 7 things. And actually nowadays gets less and less because there are actually not many things I need to own or need to buy anymore. I love pretty much everything I want. So I don't really have a lot of like materialistic things on my vision board anymore. Because my genie, it's been busy. My genie is telling me, you got to give me something, Dan. Master Dan, give me something. Right? And I give him some big things, some big goals, right? Impacting 1 billion people. Master Dan, that's a pretty big goal. I know, Genie. But we can do this. You can do it. All right, it's going to take some time. That's all right. I got time. Okay, I'm going to get to work. Please do so. So I had a dream to buy the RX-8. So I put down my vision board. Now, here's the difference. I didn't just put any RX-8 on the vision board. I cut that out from magazine. Exactly the color, the model, the upgrade, exactly precisely what I wanted. I put that on vision board so that the genie is very clear. Remember, the genie is not very smart, needs no explanation, takes things literally. Yep, this is exactly what I want. The genie is like, okay, I got it. Now, to help the genie, I'm going to teach you a concept. Write this down. Write this down, very important. It's called smelling the leather. I learned that from my mentor, Dan Pena. Smelling the leather. So instead of just having this vision, I want to make it real. I want to be able to experience it. So here's what Sifu did. So I had this vision. Now, I couldn't afford the car. So what I would do is I would go into different car dealerships at the time. I would test drive the car because I want to smell the leather. I want to know, what is it like to be in the car, to drive the car, right? To test drive the car. Now, you got to be very careful with this because, I cannot go back to the same dealership twice. You understand that, right? Because now the salesperson knows me. It's like, this guy ain't buying shit. they kicked me out. So I had to go to like different dealership each time to test drive, right? So I would go to different dealership. And I would talk to the sales guy, right? I would say, hey, what's the upgrade and what are the features? And I found out exactly how much down payment I need and how much is the monthly payment and what are the features. I want a sunroof. I want this leather seat, all this stuff, right? Extremely, extremely clear because I follow the law of clarity. Got it? I follow the law of clarity. And I follow the law of realism. Exactly how much this is going to cost. I want to know precisely to the dollars and cents with the interest rate, the whole 9 yards. So I know exactly what would it take for me to get it. It's not a la land. It's not a big idea. I know exactly it's going to cost this much. Good. And I saw myself driving that car, and every damn fucking day I visualize. I even found a soundtrack, a sound at the time on YouTube about the sound of the rotary engine. And I would listen to it every day, visualize the rotary. I would visualize myself turning the key, smell the leather. I could feel the reel. I could feel this hand. I can feel the brake. I could feel when I can see myself there all the time. And even back then, when my friend and I, we would, let's say, walking down the street, and we'll see a Mazda RX-8 drove by, a red one, and we'll tell them that's my car. And then my friends look at me and say, no, that's not your car. Your car's that hatchback. I said, no. There, that's my car. So what the fuck are you talking about, man? It's not your car. I said, no, that's my car. Listen to me, it's my car. And they thought I was nuts. I was stupid. I was crazy. I was lying. Within a very, very short period of time, I finally I knew I made enough money. Now I know I could afford the car. I know exactly what it would take to afford the car. I go to the dealership, and I went to this dealership on Kingsway in Burnaby, Mazda dealership. I walked in there, and I said, I want that car. The salesman walks up to me and say, oh, okay, great. Would you like a test drive? I said, no. Sir, you don't need to test drive the car? No. All right. Let me explain to you, like, all the features and options and upgrades that's like what are the things you want. I said, no, here's exactly what I want. Explain everything. Just give me that. So you don't need me to explain all the features? No. All right. And we got the deal done. And afterwards, the closer, the sales guy, told me he's never saw a car this fast in his entire life. Ever. Like, it's like no brainer. Because I knew exactly what I wanted and exactly everything in my mind. And then he was actually trying to trick me about like different prices. No, that's not the price. This is the price. So, all right. Because I already done all that. When I took the key, when I drove the car out of that dealership, take a guess. How did Sifu feel? Was I excited? No. I can tell you there was no excitement. I wasn't like, jumping up and down and say, oh, finally, I reached my dream. I'm so happy. Nope. I felt as I'm just driving, just like when you go to a parking lot right now, you park the car, you went to the mall and go shopping. and you come back and you pick up your car, do you feel anything? No. That's how I felt. Because I've driven that car in my mind hundreds and hundreds of times. It's mine. It's like a deja vu. It's like I'm just taking the hot car home. What's the deal? What's so special about it? It's just my car. I saw that a year ago. That's how you accomplish the goals on your vision board. Not such a distant. Look at your goal right now and you be honest. How comfortable are you about those goals? How realistic do you think you have what it takes to accomplish those goals? What can you do to smell the leather? If you want to buy a house, go to open houses. Take your family, go to open houses. See it, because most people are not successful because they're not comfortable with success. I wasn't comfortable driving a hatchback. I wasn't comfortable driving a sports car. But I want to get comfortable. I want to be driving. I want to be feeling it, right? You want that house in that certain neighborhood? Go check out the fucking open houses. Look at it. Touch the kitchen counter. Walk into that living room. See yourself. When you do this enough, what happens? Tell me. I could see myself here. You want to buy that Rolex watch? You want to buy the Omega watch? You want to buy that Cartier watch? It doesn't cost you anything. Go and put it on and say, hey, let me try it. Versus, be honest, how many of you now, let's say you want some luxury items in your life. Like there's certain items you want in your life, maybe a new suit, a new dress, new shoes, whatever it is. You are not even comfortable walking in the store. You are not even comfortable trying them on. Because you feel like, oh, I feel like a fraud. I feel like I'm not gonna buy. I couldn't afford it. And guess what is that telling your subconscious mind? You're not comfortable. And when you're not comfortable with the idea of success, how are you gonna get success? Why do Sifu ask you when you attend class, like you look at all our students, how many can see they dress for success? That's what I'm talking about. So what are some of the things that you can do to smell the leather? Something small. I'm not saying, now, is Sifu asking you to go out there and get an expensive watch? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what could you do to get comfortable with success?
So, Sifu, can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Is it, because I think a lot of people don't get this, right? Like there's that fine line of putting something that motivates you, but then also putting something that is achievable so that you can get that win so you can attract the genie back to you. Is that correct?
That's right.
So again, maybe if I'm earning $2,000 a month right now, right? It could be, you could put maybe say $3,000 a month, and that's not selling yourself short. It's not, you don't have to feel guilty that you're putting 3,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Or you could say, hey, let me just get one close. Then when you get one close, okay, how about I get 3 closes, and after 3 closes, maybe 5 closes, and then maybe, 7 closes, and then 10 closes, right?
Mm-hmm. And here's the great thing about a genie. The genie doesn't need to sleep. The genie works 24/7. You can change that. You can accomplish that. You can add things anytime you want. So don't feel like, oh, if I don't put the big items on my vision board, oh, nothing's going to get accomplished. No, the genie works 24/7. The genie works for you. The genie wants to work for you. The genie is happy to make your wishes come true. That's the genie's purpose. That's what the genie lives for. But only if you know the rules. Just like Desmond, like when he was even when struggling financially, he would check out he likes Mont Blanc, right? The pen. Actually tell the story.
So when I was almost on the verge of bankruptcy, right? I did have one Mont Blanc pen that I kept. That was the one thing I did not sell or give up. was one of my original ones, and I remember that I always would get them back. So, I go down to the Mont Blanc store. I walk in there because it's free of charge. I actually worked with Richmond Group before, which is what owns Mont Blanc, and I would go in and talk to the staff, and I would look at the stuff, and always be like, I'm the guy that says, I'll be back, right? And then, as of course, with being with Sifu, when the success started coming in, of course, I check with him first, if I'm making enough money, not just burning all my money. Then, of course, if I achieve a goal, then I reward myself, right? So close a big deal, okay, it's okay. Now go buy the Mont Blanc pen, right? Get another $500 Mont Blanc pen. Like how many $500 pens do you need, right? But I have three of them, and they all symbolize a level of success. They all symbolize another step, another achievement.
It just starts with one little thing, and everyone is different, right? Maybe you like the pen, maybe you like the watch, maybe those things not important for you. What you want is you want that trip, you want that vacation, or you want to stay in a nicer hotel, or as little as where you are always, let's say flying coach, and you say, you know what, this trip I'm going to spend a couple $100 more. I'm going to upgrade to business class. Just that, or when you're yeah, when
the economy comfort. You don't even have to go business class. Even if you can just get, or don't be one of those people where you don't even go for the priority seating, right? And you're one of those that books the flight that has 3 stopovers
that's
just
right.
in the red eye, just so you can save what, $100.
That's right. So what again? It's not about saving the money. Keep in mind, how to do anything is how to do everything. Every action that you take has a reaction. Everything that you do, you're telling your subconscious mind something. When you're doing the red eye, when you're doing all this stuff, when you're trying to save $100, what are you telling your mind? What are you telling your subconscious mind? That I don't value my time. That I'm not that important. Or that I cannot afford it. Or I could never afford it. Or I'm not worth it. It's not that $100. It's what you're saying to your subconscious mind. I am very careful. Even when I was broke, I was very always self-aware. That's why when I had no money, I didn't buy a lottery ticket, because I knew that action said something about me. It said something to my subconscious mind. So I never did it. I just never did it. Even when I had no money, I never, ever, ever, ever worried about, oh, what's the price of gas. I never talk about it. I never think about it. First of all, I can't change it. There's nothing I can do. So why even spend 1 second of my bandwidth thinking, oh, it's gas price going up by a few cents, whatever it is. Who gives a fuck? I had no money, but that never even entered it even enters my mind, because I don't think about those things, because I know rich people don't think about those things. Versus the broke people, what do? Oh man, the damn gas prices are so expensive nowadays. I should drive less. I should change your electricity car. Right? God damn it. You see what I'm talking about? No. That's not what we do. Now, how many are learning something new? How many are learning something about the vision board? How many are going to make some changes to your vision board? Let's give you a bonus tip. What would you want a bonus tip about vision board? Your genie would look at your vision board, would know how serious you are about your goals and dreams. Depends on how well your vision board is put together. If you are half-assing, using lousy pictures, then a genie would be like, I guess you're not that serious. Don't look that serious to me. Okay, then I'll go to help the next person first. I'll come back to you. So what picture do you choose? How much thought goes into it? I could tell you, when I put my our egg picture It took me so long. I went through so many magazines to find a precise one. And then when I had the picture, I laminate it. I make it nice. I put it right in the middle. And actually, I frame it. I frame the damn picture. I cut out the magazine. I frame the picture, and boom, I put it right in front of me. Now, I didn't know what I know now today, but I was telling Jeannie, I'm fucking serious about this. I cherish this. I don't need many things, but that's one of the things that I really, really, really want. The genie is like, okay, all right. I guess you're pretty serious. You're damn right I'm serious. I guess you're pretty clear. You're damn right I'm clear. All right. You sure? Yes. And boom, your wish is my command. And then it happens. Do you see the difference versus people half-assing? They just cut some stuff out. They put some pictures. They don't take the time to do it. What it means is they don't take it seriously. And what it's saying is, I don't really believe I'm going to accomplish them. So why bother? Why bother? It's wishy-washy. That's correct. No, I'm like, no, I'm very, very focused. That's what I want. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. See if it's going to get some green tea. I need some green tea. We still have a lot of teaching to do. We haven't even started the class yet, by the way. This is just vision board. We haven't started the class yet. Okay. Now we're going to get into some powerful high ticket sales secrets. So 2-minute, walk around. You want to grab something to drink and then come back right here in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. Are you ready? Good. Good. Now, tonight's going to be very intense. So Knowing, remember what he was said in week 1. If you feel overwhelmed, if you feel frustrated, you feel confused, what does that mean? What do? You celebrate it. It means you're growing. Okay. Today, next week, each class, I promise you, that's how you will feel. You will feel overwhelmed. You will feel frustrated. You will feel confused. Embrace it. Remember, overwhelmed is not a negative emotion. It is a positive emotion. Every single time you feel overwhelmed, it means what? You are growing. Don't shy away from it. Embrace it. Welcome it. That's when you know I'm growing. I'm learning something new. Because you will not be overwhelmed if you notice you just learn the same thing that you already know. Why would you be overwhelmed? It's only when you're learning something that you don't know, only when you're challenging yourself, only when you are breaking free from the matrix. That's when you feel that dizziness, you feel that overwhelmed. Sometimes, by the way, you will actually have a physical reaction. You will have a physical reaction where you actually feel your stomach turn, you have a headache. It's normal. With intense growth, that's what happens. So don't be like, oh, is there something wrong? No, there's nothing wrong. It's perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal. And now at the very end, I'll also explain to you why your body is reacting a certain way. Okay. Here we go. High ticket sales secret number 1. What people actually buy. Write it down. What people actually buy. So let's see if we give you a little bit of that history lesson here, okay? How shopping was invented. Now, I want you to think about back in the day, okay? Back in the day, the ultra wealthy were the only ones who had lots of things, right? They had a lot of things in their lives. And their houses, they have horses, they have farms, right? Now, they did not shop for them back then. And normal people had fewer things because they were difficult to manufacture back in the day, because there wasn't like big factories and mass production, things like that. So things are very expensive. A lot of things are handmade, right? There wasn't much to shop for because you couldn't produce anything at scale yet, right? Back then, there's nothing scale, right? You had one coat, one pair of gloves, one pair of shoes, one pair of pants, right? That's just how things are. That's how people live, right? So if you were a servant back then, right? You weren't one of the ultra wealthy. You're a farmer, right? You are a maid. You're working in the farm, or you're a horseman. Doesn't matter, right? If you were a servant, for example, you didn't need nice dancing shoes or nice things or nice watch or nice suit, anything like that, because there's no way for you to use them. Usually you had your servant outfit and you have your casual outfit, and that was it. You weren't doing anything besides working and sleeping. Back then, there's no Netflix, there's no internet. It's you work. When you're not working, you're sleeping. You work and you sleep. That was back in the day. You with me? Right? So the notion of options, shopping options for ordinary people was revolutionary. It didn't even exist. The concept didn't even exist. There was no shopping network. There was no Amazon, right? There was no eBay. No, there was no shopping around because there were no places to go. No places to go. So shopping, what happens is, in its inception, introduced the idea, the freedom of expression, and most importantly, write this down, the freedom of choice into the mainstream. The mall, the big department store. It was the first time in history where things that were reserved to the upper class, the ultra wealthy, suddenly now is accessible to anyone. So all of these things that are norms right now in our lives, we're very lucky, right? but they weren't. We are not even talking about that many years ago. They weren't for most part in human history. Okay? And technically, we didn't need any one of these things for survival, but they made life easier and more efficient, right? We don't need our cell phone, but they make things easier, right? More efficient. We don't need our computer, right? We don't need our car, but they make life easier and more efficient. You follow what I'm saying? So these things made it so that you weren't so concerned 24/7 with surviving. You could focus and concern yourself with thriving. And it's what happens. Consider this. Let's say you're a woman who's worked as a lady's maid for 25 years as a servant, and you watch your masters live in luxury for 25 years. And they go to like these exclusive parties, fancy parties, right? In fancy clothes, nice fabrics, and all the latest styles. And you dreamed in 25, you dreamed of putting on those outfits, but it's always been just a dream. Then the department store comes along. That nice dress you've been thinking about, you've been dreaming about for 25 years, suddenly it's possible, it's accessible to you. Do you want it? Yes, because you've been dreaming for it for 25 years. But do you need it? Do you need that dress? No, you don't need that dress. What does that mean? And where are you even going to go in that dress anyway? You are a lady's maid. You will never have the opportunity to wear them and go to any parties, except in your mind. And so you're not thinking about the use of the dress because you were never buying a dress. You were buying your permission slip into a life you never dreamed possible for you. I'll say that one more time. You're not thinking about the use, the function of the dress. You were never buying a dress. You were buying your permission slip into a life. That's your ticket. You never dreamed possible for you. So we never buy what we think we're buying. We buy how things make us feel. Now, I want you to think about this. Again, all my graduates, HTC, she was going to be asking a series of questions. I know you know the answer. All the previous seasons. Don't say anything. Can you do that for Sifu? Shh. Okay. I know you know. Okay. Just don't rob the new season students their opportunities for learning. How's that? Okay. Can you do that? I appreciate that. Sifu appreciates that. Okay. So, what are you buying? What are you actually buying? The permission slip. And I believe at the end of the day, here's what we buy. People buy better versions of themselves. Mic drop. People buy better versions of themselves. I want you to look at every single item you have on your vision board. Why do you want that car? Do you need that car? Why do you want that car? Do you want that car because it goes faster? Right? Or because it actually costs more money in gas? No. You want that car because by driving that car, it says something about you. It's a symbol. It's a statement. Maybe you want to prove to your doubters, hey, I'm right. You're wrong. Why do you want to help your family? Yes, you want to help your family, but because that's how you value yourself. By helping my family, That means I'm a better mom. I'm a better father. I'm a better son. I'm a better daughter. I'm a better grandfather. I'm a better grandmother. Because that is your idea of the better self, a better version of yourself. Why do you want to go on the vacation? Yes, I know you want to relax. You want to see different scenery. You want adventure. Why? Because you want more experience. Because that's how you define that's the better version of you. Because a better version of you is well traveled, it's well experienced, understand the different aspects of life. Everybody defines it differently. So you look at every single thing that you have on your vision board. That's what you are buying. And here's the kicker. That's also a high ticket closer. You have to realize that's what you're selling. You're not selling products. You're not selling services. You're selling your prospect a better version of themselves. You want that six pack? Why? Because that's your version. That's how you define a better version of yourself. By having a six pack app, it means it tells people that, hey, you know what, I'm a man, I'm a woman of self-discipline, or that would attract the opposite sex. That would give me more confidence. Every single thing you want is because it boils down to this. Are you with me? That's why people buy. That's what actually people buy. Not what you think they buy. This is what they actually buy. Why do people line up before the new iPhone releases overnight? It's cool. Nice to have. But when they get that phone before anybody else and they can post on social media, it tells the world, look at me, right? Check this out. I got it before anybody else. That's right. Now, here's why it's so important for you to get this. How does this tie into your vision board? I want you to think about the vision board that I have just shown you. And this is a little bit deep, but I believe you would get this. So I'm going to do my best to explain this to you. It might take you a little bit of time to maybe go back, we listen to this portion again. Okay? Just deep. I told you the rabbit hole is deep. We go deep. I ask you, red pill, blue pill. So, the vision board. If at the end of the day, that's what we're buying. We're not buying thing. We're not buying item. We're not buying a product. We're buying better versions of ourselves. How things make us feel. So my question is, do you really need the 5 cars in order for you to feel better about yourself? I'm not saying don't get 5 cars. I'm saying, why do you need 5 cars? Do you know the reason, the real reason behind it? Why you want those things? If that's the end goal, is to buy a better version of myself, do I need those things, the 50 things on your vision board, to be a better version of myself? Or I just need to be a better version of myself? And if I am a better version of myself, wouldn't it be easier for me to manifest and create and track those things in my life? I want you to ponder on this. A lot of things that you want, a lot of things that people want, No one ever point this out to you. Do you want those things because you want those things? Or do you want those things because you want to cover up in your own insecurities? Do you want those things because you want to prove to somebody, your mom, your dad, your friends, something? Do you want those things because you need validation? I want you to be very, very honest. And I'm not saying don't get those things. Sifu likes nice things too. I like nice things. Nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying is, I'm not buying nice things so that I could feel that I'm a better version of myself. I'm constantly shaping, molding, improving, becoming a better version of myself. Has nothing to do with the thing. I like nice things. But it is that those things don't define who I am. I define who I am. I could wear no watch. I could wear $100,000 watch. That doesn't define who I am. I am who I am. I know who I am. You see, the minute you get this, if you get nothing else out of tonight's class, and I hope you get many, many things, because Steve's got a lot of things to teach you. If you get this one piece, you know what it means? Do you know what it actually means? It means you're free. It means you're free. You're not that cage lion anymore. You're free. Doesn't mean we don't seek success. Doesn't mean we don't seek more impact. It doesn't mean that we don't want to go for more. Go for all that. I'm saying start with freedom. That's why I added gratitude. Remember at the end? Freedom! Start with freedom. You don't need any of those things to be a better version of yourself. I'm asking you. Just be a better version. You don't need to wait 6 weeks. You don't need to wait 6 months. Just be better today. Start today. Be better every day. Because that's ultimately why you buy those things. I'm saying, sure, buy those things, but has nothing to do with it. Instead of being blinded by, you know what? If I get that, then I'll be a better version. How many of you know that not to be true? How many of you ever had this experience? You wanted one thing and you thought, I wanted it so badly, and you work hard, and it doesn't matter what. It could be that car, could be that house, could be a small item, could be that piece of jewelry. It doesn't matter what it is. You finally work hard enough to get it. My question to you is, how long did that last? How long did that excitement last? A day, 2 days, a month, a few months. And then that excitement, the thrill, the happiness, the joy, all that disappears. It fades away. So we thought, oh, this must not be it. It must be something else. It's not this car. I need another car. All right, let's go for it. And you finally work hard enough, you save up enough, and then you got the next car. Oh yeah, this must be it. This is it. 2 months later, I guess that's not it. Then now what? Versus you start from this place of enough, of better, of freedom. And you go from there. So yeah, go for the house. Not because the house defines who you are. It's just because it's what I like. Simply what I like. That's it. I'm buying something because it's what I like. Believe me, I'm not buying it for other people. I'm not buying it because it is for social media. People think no, it's just my life. All I do is simply share. This is my life. Some people like it, some people don't like it. It doesn't matter. I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. Right? When I buy a toy, like a superhero toy, I've seen one of those unboxing videos I do. I buy a little toy, or a little figure. Yeah. Just simply because it's what I like. Right? Like I bought the Iron Man suit. It's cool because it's what I like. Right? It's ridiculous. It's outrageous. It's totally unpractical. I know it's what I like. That's all. Right? That's what I mean. I do what makes me happy, and I know what makes me happy. So what happens is, it doesn't matter if you have it. It doesn't matter you don't have it yet. I'm happy. Because every day I start with gratitude. Every day I start with what am I grateful for with what I have. If you're not, listen to me. If you're not grateful with what you have right now, do you think by having 10 times more things, you'll be grateful then? If you're not grateful now? Mm. Mm-hmm. I know your head is spinning right now. How many are confused? How many are a little bit overwhelmed? How many are like, see if I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about? I thought you're going to teach me closing. I thought you're going to just give me some script. Come on. I didn't know the rabbit hole goes this deep. I thought you were going to teach me sales. I'll teach you more than that. Way more than that. High ticket sales secret number 2. Every type of business has room for high ticket offer. Every type of business. Say it with me. Premium is everywhere. Premium is everywhere. Now, what do I mean by that? If you look at almost any service industry out there, virtually every single one of these industries offers a higher ticket level of service. Think about airlines. What about airlines? Do they have different levels, different tiers of service? Yes or no? What are those services? That's right? You have the first class, business class, economy, right? What about car industry? Are there different types, different levels of car? Yes or no? Fitness clubs, clothing industry, sporting events. Are there different seatings in terms of when you go to a sporting event? Concerts, right? Online services. Almost every other imaginable industry. So most people are the same way. They buy high ticket when it's important to them. They buy high ticket when it's important to them. So at any given time, 10 to 20% of the people in your audience, in your marketplace, in your industry, want the best that you could provide, not the cheapest. Because one of the biggest hurdles when it comes to selling high tickets, say, oh, but Sifu, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe only a small percent of people buy high ticket. No, premium is what? Everywhere. Premium is what? Everywhere. They don't want something cheap or basic. Let me give an example. let's say knock on wood, you have some heart problem and you need to have open heart surgery. Do you want to go to a heart surgeon and heart surgeon saying to you, "Hey, I'm not so busy. Come in for a surgery. I give you 20% off." Come on, right? That's okay, right? Or you want a heart surgeon to tell you, "I'm telling you, I'm the cheapest heart surgeon in town. You will not find a better deal. I am the cheapest guy. Trust me, no one could do it cheaper than mine." Right? Do you want to go to, when you have heart problem, do you want to go to a surgeon like this? No, no. So for something that's important to people, when they buy high ticket when it's important to them. They buy high ticket when it's important to them. So what does that mean? How many of you are in business for yourself? Put in the chat. You are in business, you're a business owner, you have your own product, you have your own services. Okay. Now I want you to pay very close attention, because this is the lesson I teach all my mentees, right? All the business owners when it comes to high ticket sales. It means there's a beautiful opportunity for you to provide that level of service for people who want to sit in the front of the plane or in most comfortable seat possible in your area of expertise. How many understand what I'm saying? This is a beautiful opportunity. If 10 to 20% of your marketplace right now are looking for higher level of service, they don't want basic, they don't want cheap. They want to buy. Offer it to them. Offer it to them. I charge $10,000 an hour for my time. And right now, people offer me $10,000 an hour. I don't even want to take it. Because I look at the numbers, it would actually cost me money to sell my time at $10,000. When I divided how many hours I work, how much I make, I divide it up. It's actually more than $10,000 an hour. So my question to you is, why do people pay me $10,000 an hour? Here's why. Because I don't charge by the hour. I charge by the year. I don't charge by the hour. I charge by the year. By the year. It's not the time. It's what I bring to the time. They're not buying that 1 hour of my time. They're buying the 1 hour what I could do for them, for their business. They're not paying for 1 hour. They're paying for 5, 10, 15, 20 years of my experience. And I condense it in 1 hour for them, or 2 hours, or 3 hours. That's what I mean. So the best thing about selling high tickets is this. You only need a small number of clients to make a great living. Now, I'm going to teach you week 6. Doesn't matter if you don't have your own product and services. I'm going to teach you how to find the influencers. That's what the entire HTC model is about. Closing for influencers by providing a high income skill to the marketplace in exchange of money. I'm going to get into all that. But for now, knowing the best thing about selling high tickets is this: you only need a small number of clients to make a great living. So let me prove to you. To make $1 million, there are many, many ways to make $1 million. You can sell a $25 product and you sell 40,000 customers, you make $1 million. You sell a $50 product, You sell 20,000 customers, you make $1 million. You sell $100 product and you sell to 10,000 customers, you also make $1 million. You sell $1,000 product, so you sell to 1,000 customers, you also make $1 million. Or you sell a $10,000 product, all you need is 100 customers to make $1 million. Now, my question to you is this: is there a difference working with, serving, supporting 40,000 customers versus 100 customers? Do you think you need a different infrastructure? Do you think you need a bigger team? You need more people? Do you think there's more complexity when it comes to serving 40,000 people instead of 100 people? Hell fucking yeah. Of course. Of course. And both model work. Both model will get you $1 million. What I'm saying is, know the difference. It's a very, very different model. It's a very different model. And what I believe is this, that having fewer clients means you can focus more on the ones that you have. It also means that they are paying you more. There's a deeper level of commitment. So how many of you actually sell a service right now? Tell me what services, like you're selling some kind of service right now. Let's see. Good. Okay, so you see, okay, so yeah, all kinds of services. So think about this. If you're selling a service, the most valuable resource you have, it's your time. Because you only have so many hours in a day. You can only work with so many clients. So by not charging enough, it's very, very difficult to make a great living. By just working with more people, if there's not enough profit margin, we've got a problem, right? We've got a problem. So secret number 3, undercharging seriously harms your business. Say it with me. Undercharging seriously harms my business. There are 5 big problems you run into when you are not charging enough. Number 1, lousy customer experience. Because you can't afford to provide a superior experience because you're not charging enough. There's not enough margin. So even though, let's say you want to give some extra value, you want to provide a better experience, well, you can't because you're not charging enough. If you do that, there'll be no profit left, right? Number 2, clients get minimum results because it takes time to get any kind of great results in life. If it's not small results, if it's significant results, because you're not paying them enough, you can't work with them long enough. Even though you know, you could help them, but because they're not paying enough, you can't really work with them long term. Does that make sense? Number 3, clients don't respect and don't value you. Because when there's no skin in the game, there's no game. And write this down. The more people pay, the more they pay attention. The more people pay, the more they pay attention. Long time ago, Siva used to do this like free consultation. That I just want to help people. And I thought if I deliver value and they will hire me before I learn any of these high-tech closing techniques, before developing any of these closing techniques. I would spend an hour, 2 hours with people. I would give them my best ideas, my best advice. And guess what? When they don't pay attention. None of them implement shit. How many of you ever done this before? You spend time with people and you spend hours with them. Could be face to face, driving all the way. Give them your best ideas, strategy. You pour your heart out. You're not charging a damn fucking dime, right? And then what happens? Nothing. Nothing. Because they don't respect and value your time. That's why they don't show up. They don't do the work. Because human beings, we don't value something that we don't pay for. Let me give you a different scenario. Imagine an entrepreneur, let's say CEO, sits down with me, pay me $10,000. Do you think he would be paying attention? Do you think he would have all the questions prepared ahead of the time? Do you think he'll have a notebook ready to go? Do you think he might even turn on the recorder, just record it so he can listen to it again? It's night and day difference. And because of that, because he takes it seriously, he respects and values my expertise. He would take that seriously. He would implement. Can you see why he would get better results? He could not wait because he is. I pay $10K to Dan. I need to find the value here. Like how do I maximize the value of this? Right, the minute we finish the consultation, he's forwarding that call to the team. Hey guys, shit, we're implementing this immediately. Right? It's a totally different thing. Number 4, you need a lot of clients in order to make a significant amount of money, because I've already shared with you the power transaction size. Since the income from each client is so low. It is so low. And number 5, he's the biggest one that no one talks about. And I actually talked about this a couple months ago. I say, you must grow slowly, because when you don't have enough profit, you're forced to spend the bare minimum in attracting and acquiring ideal customers. See, broke entrepreneurs, here's the idea that they have. How can I spend the least amount of money on marketing to bring in customers? That's not how you scale a company. You scale a company by investing in marketing. But when you don't have enough profit margin, you cannot scale because you cannot afford to scale. Versus, here's how I see it. Here's how Sifu sees it. And that's why Sifu's got this global organization. How could I outspend everybody else? How could I outspend everybody else? I'm not looking into how can I spend the least. That's a scarcity mindset. That's how you keep your business small. Right? And most entrepreneurs are cheap. They ask them, oh, so what's your marketing budget? I have none. And they're so proud. Oh, I've got none. I'm not spending money on marketing. You're broke. Your business is small. Look at Coca-Cola. How much they spend a year on marketing. And it's Coca-Cola. Everybody knows it already. Billions of dollars. Billions. Why? Because they know. They know. So let me give you an example. Let's say you are selling a $100 product. Okay. And your profit margin is 50%. So it costs you $50 to deliver the service or to fulfill the product. You've got a 50% profit. You with me? Okay. So $50, right? So let's say you're doing advertising online. And you're running ads, you're doing your marketing online, you're doing Facebook, you're doing YouTube, you're doing Google, whatever that you do online, okay? What's the most that you could spend, assuming you don't even want to make money, to acquire a customer? Let's see if you get the number. That's right. Very good. Now you're smart. $50, right? $50. That's the most that you could spend to acquire each customer. So let's pretend you and I, so that's you're selling a $100 thing, you're making $50. Let's say I'm selling to exactly the same industry, serving the same amount of clients. I'm selling $1,000 product. That's superior. That is also provides a better customer service experience because I could afford to. So now let's say my profit margin it's $100, not 50, but let's say my cost is $100. So my profit is $900. And now I go to the marketplace and I say, I'm willing to spend up to $900 to acquire a customer. Do you see the power, the advantage I would have when I go to the marketplace? The most you could spend is 50. I could spend 900. How many more channels I could go to? How many more ads I could run? How much more exposure I could have? That becomes an unfair advantage. You see, when you're competing on price, you have zero advantage. Why? Because any moron can come in and say, hey, you charge 100, I'll charge 90. Whatever advantage you've got right now is absolutely not sustainable because anybody can lower the price anytime. You just lost your advantage, your biggest advantage you have. Versus I'm going in and say, you know what? I can outspend everybody else. You're spending 50, I'm spending 900. You can be on 2 channels, I could be on 10. Who is going to penetrate the market faster? Who's going to grab market share faster? Who's going to grow faster? And because of my profit margin, what if I'm not spending 900? I'm spending only 300, 400 to acquire each customer. I'm making more profit. I can provide better experience. I could hire the best people where you cannot. Do you see what I'm talking about? That's how you grow. But that is dictated and determined by the beginning, how you structure your business. When you sell low ticket, now I'm not saying if you want to be the Walmart, the model, that's a different model. That's not what I teach. You shouldn't learn from me. Right? If I'm the king of high ticket sales, you learn high ticket sales from me. I'm explaining to you my business model. You got it? Just my model. No right or wrong, it's just my model. Versus I go into the marketplace from day one, I already have an advantage because I could afford to spend more to acquire each customers. I could afford to deliver a better experience. I could afford to hire the best people. I could afford to be on more channels. Now I have more profit to do what I need to do. Like Sun Tzu said, the battle is won before it's ever fought. The battle has been won when the minute I designed my business model, the minute I designed my offers. You getting this? Let me give you one more bonus. I'm giving you a lot of bonuses here. This is not part of the curriculum at all. I'm just kind of giving you something extra, okay? Imagine that I don't just have one offer. Let's say the first offer is $1,000, right? Let's say my second offer, I call in marketing, we call that the back end offer. I also have a $5,000 offer. That I know that a percentage of my customers who buy the 1,000, let's say 50% of them would buy the $5,000 offer because they love the first offer so much. I've got 2 offers. And the second offer, because I don't need to now spend marketing dollars because I've already acquired the customers, right? And this ties very closely with high ticket sales because when you work with influencers, sometimes that's what they have. They have a front end offer, they have a back end offer. Okay, I'm teaching you from both angles, so stay with me here, okay? And if you don't get this, listen to this again. Go back and listen to the replay. So this, because I don't have to spend marketing dollars to acquire the customer. It's already my customer. So what it means is this. I could wait and make all my money on the back end because I have the $5,000 profit margin, the back end offer. Now I go into the marketplace and I would say, you know what, competitor, you are spending $50. I'm not going to spend $900. I'm going to spend up to $2,000 to acquire each customer. What? That's right. Because I know each customer that comes in, 50% of them would upgrade to the $5,000 offer. Oh, that gives me a unfair advantage you will not imagine. Now I can grow the company so fast. I could do so much. I'm outspending my competitor 50 compared to 2,000. Who's going to win? Who's going to be the number one company? Who is going to dominate the marketplace? You see how this works? That's how business works. So I don't go in and say, how can I cheap out? How can I spend the least? No, I'm going in, how can I design my business? How can I create a high ticket offer? How could I go in there and outspend everybody else? Because the minute I could outspend everybody else, I've dominated the market because their business model is designed to fail and they could never compete. They just cannot compete because of the business model. Now, this is like higher level kind of business thinking. But if you have a business of your own, if you're selling any kind of service, that's how you win the game. That's how you dominate. The speed that you will be able to acquire customers with everybody else. They're thinking, oh yeah, I don't have the money, so I need to do like networking. let me go to the networking function, right? From here and there, and I try to acquire one customer and two customer and three customers. How the fuck are you gonna grow? It's absolutely not scalable, isn't it? Versus, this is my offer, this is my business. You could be everywhere. You could be on all the channels. You can be every omnipresence. You can be everywhere. And when you're everywhere, you are growing so fast. And when you're growing so fast, you can afford more to be everywhere. It's a positive cycle. And before you know it, and that's how you grow the company. It's nothing to do with how much money you have. It's to do day one, how do you design your business model? That's why I'm a big proponent of high ticket sales. Instead of lowering your price because your inability to market or come up with offers, if you don't know how to close, doesn't matter if it's $50, doesn't matter if it's $500, still won't close. Do you understand? It doesn't make it easier. It makes it harder because now you have no profit, no margin to do any kind of serious marketing. You can't sell 50, you can't sell 500. So a better question is, how could I figure this out? How I could sell 500? How can I sell at 5,000? Right? So that gives me an unfair advantage. It's not because, I work harder to compete. No. They won. You've won the battle. A battle is won before it's ever fought. The minute before you even do anything, before the world sees what you have to offer, it's done. The outcome is already predetermined. That's why when I sit down with entrepreneurs, I talk with them 5-10 minutes. I can tell them this thing is not going to work because your numbers don't work. They're like, no, Dad, I'm so passionate about this. I spent 10 years working on this. I said, it's not enough margin. You go broke trying to acquire customers. Done. This thing's not going to fly. Huh? Yeah, it's not going to fly. You will not be able to spend enough money to break even to acquire the customers. You go broke. This business will never work. Huh. And they're shocked. They're shocked. They could be spent 5 years working on this. I look at it for 2 minutes. Sometimes they don't like the answer. They don't like the answer. They don't like, oh no, I'm going to be persistent. I'm going to do some positive thinking. This is going to work. Okay, go ahead. I'll see you in 5 years. See where you're at. I'm not emotionally attached. I'm just telling you facts from my own experience. I want you to succeed. I don't want you to waste time and waste money. I want you to do well. Otherwise, I would be one of those, like, which I hate those fucking people, right? Where they actually encourage like bad decisions. Right? Sometimes sometimes it could be family and friends. Oh yeah, it's okay. We support you. I know you're gonna make it. It's gonna be fine. And then if you just stick with it long enough, give me a fucking break. Like, if they don't know what they're talking about, shut the fuck up. Seriously. It is not helping them. It is hurting them by prolonging the death of the business. And now they're more in debt. They waste more time. And I hate that. I just like, why? Why are you doing that to them? If you don't know, even you don't know, just say you don't know. Don't make shit up. Don't like falsely encourage them, please. Just tell them, hey, I don't know. I'm not qualified to tell you because I've never built a company. You should talk to someone who's actually had some experience. Okay. Then go talk to someone who's got experience. There was a research done from Stanford and MIT. A group of bodybuilders given an energy drink. One group told discount price. Other group told premium price. Now, what's fascinating is this. Those viewing it, those bodybuilders, viewing it as a discount product, reported having a less intensive, effective workout. It's the same drink. Now, what does that mean? This is very important. This is high level, high ticket sales psychology. It is the same drink. What it means is this, that customer satisfaction related to perceived results may be shaped by price and their belief about the price. Their belief about the price. Everybody goes, Give me one of those. That's right. This is so important. This is very, very important. This is one of those big lessons again. And I see he's giving you a lot of big lessons tonight. I was in Hong Kong a few years ago. I was visiting for a month. And Sifu's hair, my hair grows very, very fast. I need a haircut every 2 weeks, maximum 3 weeks, right? I need a haircut very, very often. So we're staying in Hong Kong now. It's been a few weeks. Now my hair is like growing long and I need a haircut. So I was asking about my friend. It's like, I haven't been back to Hong Kong for a long time. Like, where do you recommend for me to get a haircut? And he said, well, there's this place in kind of the downtown of Hong Kong. You should check it out. It's a very nice place. A lot of celebrities like so-and-so, they all go there. Like, this is where like celebrities go, right? Like, it's very like luxury and high end. And I said, cool. So how much is it like for a haircut? It's always like $100 US. I'm like, ooh, that is pretty expensive because usually in Vancouver, I'm paying like $50 for a haircut. That's what I'm paying. It's a decent hair salon, but it's $50 a haircut. But it's $100 a haircut, right? That's right. It's a high ticket haircut, high ticket stylist, right? So, and I said, okay, fine. I need a haircut badly, and I don't want to like take my chances and stuff like that. So So yes, I'll give you the address, and he booked a time for me actually. Then on the day I went there, and it's actually on a very high floor, up in the building, and it's got a beautiful view with a view, like it's actually a view. And I arrived there, and I guess I sat down and walking there. Then just the first thing I noticed is like how clean the place is, right? How clean the place is. And then I was sitting in the front seat, and the waiting area, and they have like the magazines are nice, like not, how sometimes you go to those salons, all they have it's those like outdated, crappy magazines, right? This is like nice. This is like nice high-end magazines, very nice experience. And I sat down, and the receptionist was asking me, "Oh, would you like a drink?" A drink? All right, right. I don't drink, but I want some tea. Sure. And then she brought me some green tea. And that was nice. And then I walked, and they have someone, a kind of a stylist, come in, and I sat down, and then we had a consultation, and then it's asking me what I would like to, a hairstyle, and explain to him. And that consultation was long. This is like a long consultation, not like 2-second consultation, long consultation, right? It was asking me about, so, what do you do? What's the image that you want? And how do you usually do your hair? Do you like put gel on it, or do you not put gel on it? And like, it's like about my background. It's quite interesting, right? So we did all that. So they were in depth. And then got to the shampoo, the shampoo area, right? Then I lie on the bed, and the shampoo area, where behind the shampooless, right? It's a TV. So I can look up, actually see a TV right up, like up there. A nice TV. And I was getting a massage, like a hair spa, and like a hot towel. It was very like long. Again, shampoo, like just the massage alone, I think it's like 10 minutes or something like that. It's a long time. So awesome, a nice hand, like towel on my face afterwards. And then I sat down, and we did a haircut afterwards. Like the entire experience. So I was looking at the place, how nice it is, right? And the people around, and they're all nice, and it's such a good experience. Now, afterwards, my friend asked me the question, how was it? Now, I also overtip, because one of the things I teach, right? It's about overtipping. Do you know why you overtip, by the way? It's a little side lesson for you. That's right. It's part of the abundance mindset. It's always part of the abundance mindset. When everybody tips the minimum, when you are being served, when you are getting a good service, when you pay them a little bit more, first of all, you feel very good. They feel very good. And what you're also training, remember, you're buying a lottery ticket, action, reaction. When you're over tipping, what are you saying to your subconscious mind? Instead of lack, instead of abundance, what are you saying? You're saying, what are you saying? You're saying, I value good service. You're saying, I have enough. There will always be more to come. Versus, oh, no, I'm not going to tip more than 10% or 12%. Never. Never. My mom told me never tip more than that. Why? It was waste money. What does that mean? What are you telling your subconscious mind? There's never enough. That you will never have more. There's always scarcity. So be careful. So I overtip. And my friend asked, so how was it? I said, it's awesome. This is the best haircut I've ever had. This is amazing. This is good. If I live in Hong Kong, I'll come here every 2 weeks. He said, great. So I want you to think about the experience. And that's the hidden psychology of premium pricing. The more people pay, the better they appreciate what they have. See, before I even go in the salon, what was I expecting? Oh, celebrities come here. It's expensive. It must be good. And because in my mind, I know it's going to be good, it's expensive. The minute I walk into the salon, I was looking for what is right. I was looking for what is good. I was looking for ways, things to justify my purchase. Because I know I'm going to be spending $100, man. So when your clients invest top dollars, they will help you. Listen to me. They would help you make sure it has been a valuable investment. No different than a bodybuilder, the energy drink. It's the same drink. But because they perceive, oh, this is a premium drink, it must be good. Because they think it's good, your brain, if you study neuroscience, it creates a certain chemistry. So it actually makes them feel like this is better. Just like, the testing people do, like a $10 wine, red wine versus a $500 wine, and they tell them, oh, it's a $500 wine, and they will say, this I can taste the flavor of the wood. No, actually, it's the same fucking wine. But when they were told it's a $500 wine, and it's not a trick, it actually tastes better in their mind. So when you invest top dollars, they will help you make sure it's been a valuable investment. And that positive expectations lead to positive outcome. You getting this? Positive expectations lead to positive outcome. Your clients will help you justify the price. And they will refer others just like them. Let me give you a different example. I need a haircut. I said, hey, friend, buddy, I need a haircut. Well, this is like a haircut, like an old, crappy hair salon right next to me, right next to my door. You could go, I think they charge like $8. I said, what? Yeah, they charge $8 for a haircut. Holy fuck. Right? $8? Imagine I go in there. What's the first thing that's going through my mind? They must suck. It's going to be bad. Are the Caesars even sanitized? Holy shit. Are they going to be cockroaches running around? Right? Is the hairdresser even, are they even certified? Is this place even legal? Are they gonna cut my ear? You see, all the things that's going through my mind, they're all negative. So the minute I walk into the hair salon, I was looking for what's wrong. What could go wrong? And then negative expectations lead to negative outcome. And then after I finished, I knew it. I knew I shouldn't come here. I knew I shouldn't spend $8 to try to save money. That was a horrible experience because my mind, I would help justify the decision that I just made. So it's either a never-ending positive cycle or it's a never-ending negative cycle. Now my friend asked me, how was the $8 haircut? It is horrible. I'll never go back. It's the worst experience in my life. It has to be. Now, let me ask you a question. What if the hairstylist has similar skill, the $8 one versus $100 one? Just be with me. Just stay with me for a second. What if they actually have the same skill? Would I appreciate it? No. Would I even notice it? Probably not. It has nothing to do with that. Because day one, the price already. I've already made up my mind how much this is worth. I've already created the entire experience in my mind. How many of you had this experience just in your life? Think about the places where you go in there and you know it's going to cost you some money. and you spend the money. And then it turns out to be, wow, such a wow experience, like a high ticket purchase, right? Like this is better than I thought. I know it's gonna be expensive, but this is good. This is nice, right? Mm-hmm. That's the power of high ticket. High ticket sales secret number 4. The inner game of money. There's an inner game of money and there's an outer game of money. When it comes to high ticket, you cannot look at price without looking inward as well as outward. You cannot look at price inward. You can look at price without looking inward as well as outward. Look at both. Inner game, outer game.
Sifu, actually, from everything that we've seen with all the closers, this is one of the number one things that trips people up. And we get closers all the time. They'll be doing really good, and then all of a sudden we get private messages, or they'll send us, they're posting in the closers chat, and they're going, I just don't know what's going on. I'm in a funk. I'm not getting any sales. Everyone is, I'm getting all these objections, and I just don't know what to do. Many times, if you're getting those kind of results, if you're getting negative results, if you're not closing, you got to look inside yourself. It's something to do with you. When you change your inside, that's when you start to see the results on the outside.
Mm-hmm. So maybe some of you have the belief, I will not watch a 90-minute webinar. So my prospects wouldn't watch a 90-minute webinar. I will not spend $10,000 with a stranger over the phone. Right, so my prospect won't do the same thing, right? I want to spend $15,000 on X or Y, so my prospects want to spend $15,000 with me, right? Well, I don't have $15,000 to spend on whatever blank, so obviously my prospects don't have that kind of money either, right?
Don't laugh, guys, because this is very true. You got to be very careful what's that inner voice that's happening in your head. Many times, if you're very honest with yourself, if a client is giving you those objections, it's because of you. If a client is not buying, it's because of you. If a client is resistant, it's because of you.
This is the matrix. This is the matrix. There's a great book out there called The Trick to Money is Having Some by Stuart Wilde. And in the book, actually in the back of the book, there's this passage that I like a lot. Stuart Wilde said, the money making is not a serious business. It is a game that you play. At first, it may seem that it is a game that you play with forces outside of yourself, the economies of the marketplace, so to speak. But as you proceed, you discover it is actually a game that you play with yourself. It is a game that you play with yourself. Here's a big price mistake. We get in our own way by what we have in our own head, by what we will do with money and what we are willing to spend. When it comes to price, you project your own past and present relationships with money and what you would spend for things onto your clients. Everyone, I mean everybody's got stuff in their head about money, which relates to prices, and some of it is not healthy. You have belief right now about price and money that is not healthy, that are destructive to your success, that are preventing you from going to the next level. So, again, XTC graduates, shh, silence, silence. All right, silence. I love you guys. Great. What could a teacher ask for? Such a great student. So how much is coffee? How much is coffee? How many drink coffee? For like if you buy from Costco, Walmart, then $4, $5, like a little big bucket of them, right? $10, $8, right? $12. All right. Now, if you go to Starbucks and you buy a little nice like ground like bag of coffee, how much is that? Who knows? Let's see if you can get. So $25, $30, $15, $13. Okay. So coffee is coffee is coffee, right? So you have coffee that's $5, $6. You have coffee that is $20, $25. How many have heard of this coffee? It is called Kubi Luwak, also known as the cat poop coffee. Literally, it's poop by one of these cats, which is $3,000 US per kilogram. $3,000 per kilogram. I call it cat poop coffee. That's right, $3,000 per kilogram. So my question to you is this: it is coffee. Why do people spend by the way, they are very difficult to buy. It's very limited supply. Why would someone spend $3,000 for fucking coffee? Why? Maybe because it's exclusive, because it's premium price. Now, my question is this: the $3,000 coffee compared to let's say the $30 coffee, does it taste 100 times better? Does it really taste 100 times better? Does it even taste 10 times better? I don't know, because Seafood doesn't drink coffee. I drink green tea. But does it taste even 10 times better? I mean, I could imagine it tastes like a couple times better, like 2, 3 times better. I could imagine that. I don't know if it tastes 10 times better. I don't know. I'm pretty certain it doesn't taste 100 times better. When it comes to high ticket sales, most people rarely buy things based on function. Most people rarely buy things based on function. You must understand the high ticket mindset. Again, when you hear that $3,000 kilogram, I'm looking at your response. What did I just say? When you're closing, you project your own value. You project your own past and present relationships with money onto your prospects. I'm simply giving you an example. But some of you are reacting. Oh, what? Do people actually pay for that shit? That is fucking stupid. Who wants to pay for that money? That is just dumb. That is wasteful. That's your value. Nobody else. So I want you to pay attention to how you react to these things, because that tells me you don't have a very healthy relationship with money. That relationship has nothing, that reaction has nothing to do with the coffee. It has to do everything with you. Umbrella. Most people spend how much money on umbrella? $5, $8. Sometimes I see, oh, see if I got it for free. I just pick other people's umbrella in restaurants. Don't do that.
Five-finger
That's
discount.
called stealing. that is not high ticket closer. That's a scarcity mindset, right?
And don't call it borrowing either.
Yeah, it's not boring. Okay. Oh, see if I thought they put it in front of the restaurant. It's free. It's other people's umbrella. Don't take that shit. Okay. Right? It's $2, $3, $5, right? So here's a brand of umbrella from Italy called Pisodi. They range anywhere from, it could be $200, $300, up to even $500. Now, you may be thinking, who in the right fucking mind would spend $300 on an umbrella? I know someone who does. Again, don't project your values on other people. Right? Yeah, J-Lo has an umbrella. I have the same one. I've got how many I have? I don't even know.
More than we can count, Seafood. More than we can count.
Yeah, a bunch. I've got a bunch. Every car's got one.
And it's not just the umbrella. You've got like the shoehorns. You've got the stand to put it in.
What's it about? Tell me. No, the stand is separate. The stand is separate. So what I'm saying is this: your value judgment does not matter. Their value judgment is all that matters. So the first thing you have to know about price is you've got to get out of your own way when you close high ticket sales. It doesn't matter. Your value judgment does not matter. It doesn't matter you will buy it or not. It doesn't matter how you feel about it. It doesn't matter you feel it's wasteful. It doesn't matter you feel it's not worth it. Doesn't matter. In fact, let me ask you this. If you were to sell the Prosody umbrella to someone, let's say you're closing for Prosody, who do you want to sell to? Do you want to sell to someone who's never ever bought a Prosody umbrella, or you would sell to someone who's already bought 3? Tell me. That's right. But why? I thought they already have 3. They don't want more. Why would they want more? Because, write this down. This is important. A buyer is a buyer. It's a buyer. A buyer is a buyer. It's a buyer. Instead of trying to convince someone who's never bought it before, why not just talk to people? You bought 3. He's a new one. That would go very nicely with your collection. Oh, okay. Don't project your own stuff. It's, they already have 3. They don't want more. Hell no. Hell no. Right? That is wrong thinking. How many have seen Sifu's the Iron Man? I know you saw it on Instagram or on social media, right? The Iron Man, the full-size Iron Man, right? Yeah. So if you've seen that on social media, the full-size Iron Man, you may be thinking, oh, Sifu's already bought one. Why, if you're closing for Iron Man, like whatever, why would you want another one? Right? No. Sell them more of what they just bought. Sell them more of what they just bought, right? So guess what? Steve's got another one coming, right? I've got another one coming, right? So it's not just one. That's what I'm talking about. It's not just selling, but it is the abundance mindset I want you to get. Can you see how the mindset is so critical, and it ties in with high ticket sales? It's all related. It's not separate. It's all related. All price resistance is in the mind of the closer, not of the client. All price resistance is in the mind of the closer, not of the client. You create those resistance, not your client. Your client didn't create that resistance. You did. Because you weren't comfortable with high ticket price. You have all these things in your mind. We're not going to do a 5-minute break. How many can keep going? Can you keep going? You okay? All right. I still have so much I want to share with you. All right, good. High ticket sales secret number 5. Fix your thinking and remove money obstacles. Write it down. Secret number 5. Fix your thinking and remove money obstacles. Got it? Good. So when Steve had no money, when I was a copywriter, I knew I need to change my environment because I was working from home. It was a small apartment, 1-bedroom apartment. I just felt that I need to have something around me that it's actually empowering. And when I developed the concept of the wealth trigger and write it down, the wealth trigger. And what it means is a wealth trigger is simply an object, an artifact, or something or environment that triggers the feeling of wealth. That's what it means, wealth trigger. And I am a very big proponent. All my students know I'm a very big proponent of wealth trigger. Okay. And it could be an image, it could be whatever it means for you. I'll give you various examples. So the environment for me is a wealth trigger. And so I found out I got to find a different place. So at the time, I would go to a hotel in Vancouver called Pan Pacific, which is a 5-star hotel, like a very nice hotel. And I would go there. I would work in there. That's where I would do my call. That's where I would meet with people. And funny enough, at the time, I had no money, so I would just sit in the lobby. The good thing about a 5-star hotel is they don't kick you out. You can sit in the lobby all day. No one kicks you out, right? And as I make more money, as I'm in this environment, I notice a few things. Number one, the people going to the hotel, they're like, I would see different car like pulling in the concierge, the valet, and I could see like nice car. I would see like people well dressed, and I'm just in that environment. And at first, I wasn't very comfortable, but then as time goes on, I became more comfortable. I'm like, okay, remember comfort. Comfort is key. So I got a little bit more comfortable. And as I get more comfortable, now I could afford to buy like a cup of tea. And eventually I make a little bit more money. I can afford to buy a lunch. And then eventually I make more money. I can afford to stay there. But it is that environment, the wealth trigger, that I found out that, how I feel about wealth, how I feel about money, actually it has a huge effect on my earning. So imagine if you're closing a deal, you need to meet face to face. Don't meet people at like McDonald's, for God's sakes. Don't go to Lodano's, please. Okay. I call it Lodano's, a low marked. Don't go to low marked. It's okay if you buy like toilet paper and stuff like that. You know, seafood buys those things too. That's fine. But you know what I mean? Like, don't fucking meet clients at Lodano, right? Or, even Lodano now has like McCafe. Even they try to upgrade. They try to serve the top 20%. You notice that, right? They're renovating their place, make it look nicer. They even want to attract that top 20%, right? They know high ticket. Yeah, meet them in a nice place. You're gonna close a high ticket sales. Meet them in a fucking like nice hotel, for God's sakes, right? And I when I met with clients at these places, I noticed a difference. I noticed a difference. So knowing that wealth triggers, and it could be many, many things. Another example I could give you is, and some of you are already doing it, is your drawer. What I used to have, now Steve doesn't have that anymore, and I'll explain why in just a moment, but what I used to have is because I noticed when I every time I open up my drawer, all I see is fucking bills. And what you focus on, what is it? Expense, right? So every time I open up my drawers, like I see all these statements and credit card bills, and every time I look at it, and it just creates a lot of negative feeling because I'm like, oh, did I pay the bill? Did I not pay the bill? Let me look at it again. Oh yeah, I guess. Oh, okay, I got 2 days before it expires. It takes up a lot of mental bandwidth, which is not helpful. So then I changed my mind. So you know what? I'm gonna put all this stuff away, and then I would just have money, cash. So every time I imagine this, so before when I open up the drawer, it would be like piles of this fucking receipts and statements and all this crap. And now when I open up my drawer, is cash. So I'm trying to grab a pen, right? I gotta move away. I gotta I gotta push the cash aside so I can find that fucking pen. Now, what's that? What does that tell my mind? What does that tell my subconscious mind? Yeah, I got so much money. I got so much money. I got to move it aside so I can find my pen. There's too much money here. Isn't that a more powerful belief to have? Same thing. I want you to look at your wallet. I want you to look at your purse. Look into your purse. Now, in North America, it's very common. Most people they don't have a lot of cash. It's all credit cards, plastics. So every time you look at your wallet, when you have no cash, what does that tell you? What are you telling yourself? Yeah, your wallet's empty. I got no money. Every time I look at my wallet, I got no money. Now you may be thinking, "Oh, but Sifu, I don't know. I don't want to lose money. I'm afraid if I have cash that I'm gonna lose it. What if I lose the wallet? Then what happens?" Interesting belief. What you're saying is, I don't trust myself. That if I lose that money, that'll be the end of it. That few $100, that's my life saving. Or what if I don't know if I can control myself when I just have the cash. Sometimes I spend the money. I don't even know I shouldn't spend it. I would have no track. Like I wouldn't be able to track it. If it's credit card, I can see my statements. So what are you saying? You don't trust yourself with money. You're not a very good money manager. That's what you're saying. That act says a lot about you and how you view money. Isn't it true? You just said it. You don't trust yourself with money. You're not good at managing money. You're afraid that you lose money. Which one of these is a good belief to have? You tell me. Instead, when you put some cash in your wallet, every time you look at the wallet, damn, shit, I can't even close my fucking wallet. It's so thick. It got so much cash. What the fuck is going on here? Damn, I can't even fit in my pants. Look at this. What's this like a fucking burger? What's all this cash doing here? What's that? Where did it come from here? I don't get this. Why do I always have so much cash? You see the difference? When you every time you pull out a wallet, and that it just you remind yourself 2, 3, 5, 10 times a day. Isn't that a much better belief to have? I got so much cash, man. My wallet, it's flooding with cash versus it's empty. It's got $5. It's nothing. Or I've got too many. This is ridiculous. I got so many $100 bill, right? And then when you pay, it's like I got so much money. Like when I try to pull my credit card, the cash fall on the floor. Like this, it's too much abundance, man. With too much abundance. Doesn't that make you feel a lot better? Right? Doesn't that make you feel like this is nice? Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. So that's what I did. I put cash in my drawer. And I always sometimes feel surprised. Oh, what's that money here? I put money everywhere. All the drawers. It's just like fucking money all around the fucking house. Right? I was playing this game with myself. Money everywhere. until I become it. Now, I don't really need that because I don't even think about it anymore. Now it doesn't matter. I still have a lot of cash in my wallet, but it doesn't. To me, does that make sense? It doesn't. I am the fucking wealth trigger. Look in the mirror. I'm a wealth trigger. I need less of that because I am like I'm it. I own it already. Does that make sense? But in the beginning, that's the game that I play with myself. Right? There's a little, it's almost like a little mind trick. And in my office, I still have a plenty of wealth triggers. Plenty of wealth triggers. Little things here, little thing there that reminds me, right? That I trick myself. It reminds me of something. It's meaningful for me. So you got to find out what works for you. Right, you got to find out. Maybe for some it is cash. For some, like Desmond, it is the pen, right? For some, it maybe it's it's that nice pair of sunglasses. For some, maybe it's that suit. I like clothing because how many of you felt that when you wear something right, like ladies, when you wear that pair of shoes, right? Like men, when you wear that suit, you just feel different, right? You just like, that's right. That's right. I tell all my closers, you're closing, you wear a fucking suit. Because I guarantee when you look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you perform better. I tell my students, when you attend a class, in fact, try this. Next class, put a full suit. No underwear, no shirt, none of that bullshit. Dress. Imagine this. You're actually coming to meet Sifu. You're coming to see me live. How would you dress? How would you make that first impression? You do that and you attend the class. You tell me if you don't learn more, if you don't pay more attention, you don't get more out of the class. Of course you will. Because you're now going in and setting yourself up for success. You're saying, you know what? I take this class, I take this training seriously. It's an event for me. Just because it's a virtual doesn't mean it's not an event. It's an event for me. Anything that will give you an edge, use it. See, high-tech closers, we operate based on the principle of slight edge. Write this down. We operate based on this principle of the slight edge. Meaning anything that will give me a slight edge in life, I would do it. If by wearing that dress, by wearing that pair of shoes, if by wearing that suit, it gives me that extra 5%, 10%, I would fucking do it. Even 1%, I would do it. Because that 1% adds up. It's all about the slight edge. That's why people ask me the question, like, as I believe in feng shui, you know, how feng shui in Chinese is how you arrange certain furniture in your home to attract more health, better health, more abundance, more prosperity. And I say to people, like, yeah, I believe in feng shui. And people say, oh, okay. I said, it doesn't matter if you believe or not. I operate based on the principle of slight edge. If by moving my furniture around in a certain way, if that brings more prosperity, more health, better relationships, why the hell not? Doesn't cost anything. Versus, oh, no, I don't believe in that shit. Oh, that's fine. It's not about believing or not. I'm just saying, if I could do it, why not? If that would give me a slight edge, why not? If reading that book would give me a slight edge, why not? If watching that video would give me a slight edge, why not? These broke people say, no. See, broke people, they think the slight edge is too small. And that's why they They look down on it. Successful people, we're like, you know what? That would make what we do 1% better. Yes, I would do it. I would do it. So if I put on a suit, it would help me just be a little bit more focused. I would learn 5% better, 10% better. Shit, bring it on. Of course, I would do it. Any intelligent people would do it. This is making sense? Yeah, principle of the slight edge. So knowing that your inner world creates your outer world. Say it with me. Your inner world creates your outer world. Your inner world creates your outer world. That pair of shoes. That's why, like, Closers in Black, when our closers, our students get together, that environment, unless you're there, you have no fucking idea the energy in the room. You have no idea what that is like. And it's not because Sifu's a magician. I didn't create that. All the students did. It's all part of it. It's all part of it. So a lot of people worry that if they make more money, if they radically change their economic state, or if they charge a lot for what they do, they will be judged. How many of you worry? Be honest. You got to be very, very honest here, okay? If you worry deep down, if you make a lot of money, if you change your economic state, if you charge a lot for what you do, you will be judged. How will people judge you? Oh, you're greedy. You're selfish. You're just in it for the money. You're just in it to help yourself. But only you and only you truly know why you do what you do. Only you and you only know why you do what you do. Money is an amplifier. Money is a what? It's an amplifier. Money and success don't change people. They simply amplify what is already there. You're greedy, more money will make you more greedy. You're a jerk, more money will make you a bigger jerk. You're generous, more money will make you more generous. You're kind, more money will make you kinder. You're nice, money will make you nicer. It's an amplifier of who you are. It doesn't change you who you are. It reveals who you truly are. Isn't that the truth? So it's just an amplifier, nothing more. Don't worry about, oh, it's going to change who I am. No, it's not going to change shit. It's just going to reveal who you are. But now, only you know who you are. The more money I generate, the more money I can care, the more people I can care for. The more money I generate, I now get to care for lots more mentees, tens of thousands of them, and soon to be hundreds of thousands of them. For our mentees who know, who've been with me, my plan, my vision, what I'm building. I get to care for my team. I get to care for many of my business relationships and partnerships. I also get to be cared for and by a lot more people in my life too. Isn't that nice? But Sifu, I don't want to leave people behind or only serve people with money. I don't want to do that. I don't want to leave people behind, especially people close to me. I hear this from Pearl a lot. I'm going to go into like the different personality type at the end of this class, but I'll hear this from Pearl a lot, who really want to help people. And I love it when you have that concern. I love it when you have the concern. But here's the deal. You can choose to deeply help a small number of people with your high ticket offers, your high ticket closing skill, and have an income that sustains you. Then you can devote the rest of your time to helping other people, low cost or free offerings. I combine all my skills and all of my experiences and everything I love doing into what I do, into my business, into my empire. What I love to do into an offering that my students truly want. But more importantly, I love to deliver. So I could do that. So you notice I incorporate everything I love into what I do. And I think I'm very, very grateful and I take pride. I think I'm one of the very, very few entrepreneurs in the world that could do this. Because there are a lot of entrepreneurs who don't like what they do. They don't like who they serve. They don't like their life, right? They make money, but they're not very happy. They're not very fulfilled. But yet I incorporate everything I love into what I do. I love teaching. Am I teaching? You bet. I love making movies. I incorporate it into YouTube. I love public speaking, so I do my events once a year. Learning from other people, traveling. I travel with my high-ticket leaders, right? We go on trips together. We hang out with my team, interviewing successful people. I have my podcast. Every week I interview a highly, highly successful person. I get to learn from them. I get to share martial art. How many see my martial art videos on YouTube? Right? My martial art philosophies. I teach, combine that with business. My superhero toys, you all know that. I'm see if it's a fan of Batman, see if it's a fan of Iron Man, Marvel, you all know that, right? Yeah, incorporate all of those. Not many people do this. Like everything I have, everything I do, is all an extension of me. Like I talk about integration. That's just right. It's just what I do. It's just living to me. It's life, right? I don't need to have it separate. No. My hobby, my passion, my purpose, my love, my strength, all combine into one. And that's why I said I could do the Dan Lok show. It's free. Because it's what I love to do. I don't need to make money doing it. I make money doing it, but I don't need to make money doing it. I could afford to do it because of my high ticket structure. So when I do something, you know what? I'm going to interview someone. It doesn't matter. I'm not doing it because I want to make some money. No, I do it because I love talking to fascinating, successful people. I want to learn. I want to grow. I want to be able to be better. Is this making sense? Yeah. Good. So knowing 99.99% of people follow me on social media, they're not going to do business with me. They're not going to be my students. That's okay. I could do it. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. I'm not counting on that. I do it because I love to do it. I love seeing them transformed. I love seeing the comments. I love seeing your comment, your story, your aha. And I'm simply using my knowledge, my experience, and I build everything around. So I'm building the business around my lifestyle preference. I build a business around my passion. I build a business around my strength. I build a business around my even my hobby. Can you see why I'm happy? I'm grateful every day. Can you imagine living your life 24/7 where you are fulfilled on so many levels, so many ways. Hmm. Exactly. That's why I could teach for 5 hours. Believe me, if I don't like teaching, I will not be here for 4 hours, 5 hours. I'll be like, 2 hours, I'm done. You see what I'm talking about? Because I love it. I love it. I'm talking with you. It's a very intimate thing. It's very personal. I feel like even I'm talking to like the mic, but I know like I can see your comment. I could see like this is. I feel like I'm just having a conversation, like a fireside chat, and I'm giving you some tough love, a little bit of tough love, but I'm also helping you to realize to have some of those aha moments to point out the matrix, right? So you can see it. And when you see it, I love it because when you see it, I know you will never be the same. You cannot be the same. You will never live the same way ever again because now you've seen the matrix. Mhm. So imagine this. You're walking down the street. Suddenly you hear a very loud noise, like "Vroom, vroom, vroom," and you hear this sound, "Vroom," and this black Lamborghini just like "Vroom," drove by. What's the first thing that goes through your mind? Who do you think that person is? Don't filter. Don't think about it. Just put in a chat. Holy shit. Cocky,
Dickhead,
dickhead,
rich,
spoiled brat. Probably daddy gave him the car, right? Lottery
second
winner,
generation,
right? Uh,
obnoxious,
obnoxious,
show off,
show off, yes. Daddy boy, gold digger,
horrible,
horrible bastard.
bastard.
All right, great. Okay, here we go. So my question is, how do you know? No, how do you know? It's very interesting. Unless you're my student, I could tell you 99.9% of people, the first thing that comes to their mind is negative. It's negative. Hmm. Why is it negative? Because we're taught to believe in a certain way. Why couldn't that person be a very successful entrepreneur that has worked 20 years of his life? It's got a great family that is giving back to his community, that is a wife or could be a husband, got 3 kids. That's never the story, by the way. That's never the story. That couldn't be a hard working entrepreneur who cares about people, who gives back to his community, who serve his customers. That never, people never say that, by the way. So my question to you is, how do you know? You don't. You don't. So imagine this. You have the money. You have enough money. Imagine just pretend you like Lamborghini and you get a car like this and you drove down the street. Subconsciously, how do you think people are perceiving you and judging you? Even you work hard. You've worked hard honing your skills, being a high ticket closer, delivering value to your clients, to your influencers. But knowing when you drive fucking prick, daddy's boy, probably gold digger, a bitch. Imagine you're driving down the street and you know that's what all they're thinking. Douchebag, asshole, greedy son of a bitch. You're like, you don't even fucking know me. What the fuck? And that lies the biggest problem. That's what holds most people back. Imagine your family gathering. Let's say Christmas, December. You know, family dinner. You pulled up in a brand new Lamborghini. What are they gonna say? What do you think your family would say to you? Do you think they'll be, hey, congratulations? No, seriously, what do you think they're gonna say? Right? Doing something illegal? What a show off. What a douchebag. What the hell happened to you? I didn't raise you like that. Right? How much you pay for insurance?
Actually, Sifu, what I've noticed. Sorry, what I've noticed is they may not say anything, but they definitely treat you different. You know, they make assumptions of you, right? So, you know, or they might just say, and you didn't even do anything. You're still the same person, but then they'll be, oh, the money's just gotten to your head. What money's gotten to my head? Like, I'm the one paying for the dinner. I'm the one trying to do nice things. I'm just being myself, you know, or they start to get really uncomfortable talking to you.
So what happens is this, because you know that, and that's how you see people, by the way. So think about if you perceived whoever sitting in that seat. By the way, this is, I'm just even just giving a scenario, but I want you to pay attention to your emotions, how you react to that person, how you picture that person sitting in the Lamborghini. So what happens is, in your mind, you're like, I don't want to be like that person. I don't want to be the person that's people pointing fingers and judging. So on one hand, you want to be financially successful. On the other hand, it's like, hey, if I am financially successful, if I am sitting in that car, holy shit, all of this negative stuff, bad things people are going to say about me, they're going to perceive me in a certain way. So it's no different than you, on one hand, pressing, you know, when you're driving, on one foot, you're pressing on the gas pedal, then you're going, and then on the same time, you have that emergency brake on. That negative association is that emergency brake. And most people, and don't say it doesn't affect you, it does. I promise you, it does. Most people, because they're so afraid of being judged, especially by people close to you. You don't want to be that person in the Lamborghini. So what do? You make sure you don't succeed. So there's nothing to be judged. You say, no, I want to be successful. Sifu, I want to be. Yes, you're working hard, but you got this emergency brake. That's why no matter how hard you try, no matter how many things you tried, because deep down, you're not comfortable with money. You're not comfortable with high ticket. You're not comfortable asking for a lot of money. And even if you do make a lot of money, you're afraid of how will people see you, how your family see you. They'll think you're selling drugs. They're thinking, you know, you changed. What happened to you? And what hurts you the most is, don't you know I'm doing it for you? Don't you know I'm doing it for my family? They don't care. Do you know why they see you this way? Because your success is a reminder what a failure they are. Your success, they see you succeed because when they see some people on social media, they see some people on TV, or they read it from magazine, that's like very far away. Yeah, that person is successful, that person is a successful entrepreneur, and that person made it happen, made it big, whatever, right? That's cool. But you, fuck, we went to high school together. I knew you. I knew what you were like. You're no smarter than me. How come you made it? How come you got out of the matrix? How come not me? This is so unfair. So what could they do? They have to point fingers at you. You become the target. You have to become the target because it's the only way I will still be sane. It's the only way I'll still keep my sanity because I could not look in the mirror and say to myself, this the guy, the girl that I went to school with, that I knew for 5, 10, 15 years, and now they're successful and I am not. And I know they're no different than me. They started the same place. They're not some people that I read from magazine or on TV. I knew them. Now what fucking excuse do I have? The only conclusion I could have is I fucked up. I pissed away 5, 10, 15, 20 years of my life. I'm a fucking loser. And you know what? I'm not going to face that. That's not a pill that I want to swallow. So much easier to find fault in what you do. You must be doing something bad. You must be doing something illegal. You must be doing something shady. You must be selling shit. No way in. What the fuck? You are making money, feeling grateful, hanging around with good people, and you're helping people. Fuck you. While I'm here, down here, having a job that I fucking hate, commute to work, living a miserable life, barely paying my bills, living paycheck to paycheck. Fuck you. That's what's going through their mind. So where do your thoughts and beliefs about money and wealth come from? They come primarily from the information or programming you received in the past, especially as a young child. And who were some of the primary sources of this information, the programming? Parents, siblings, authority figures, teachers, religious leaders, media, culture, and more. Let me give you a very important lesson. If you don't like and appreciate rich people, you can forget ever becoming one of us. I'll say that one more time. If you don't like, respect, admire, and appreciate rich people, you can forget ever becoming one of us. You have one tiny little bit of negativity, one tiny little bit of negative association with affluent people, with rich people, you will never become one of us. Why? Because you don't want to become one of us. Because you see, wow, that the rich people are greedy. I don't want to be a greedy person. Okay, so if rich people are greedy, you don't want to be a greedy person. Guess what? You make sure you'll never be rich. You make sure you stay the same. You don't want to be us, so you will never be us. So you see a Lamborghini, you better be, wow, so awesome, so proud. I bless you. God bless you. Because when you do that, you rewind your brain. There's nothing wrong. Even though there's a possibility that person is an asshole, doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with that person. It has everything to do with how you see that person. If you are rich, you want to be respected, you want to be liked, you want to be appreciated, you want to be loved, don't you? And here's a fact. And here's what the media no one talks about. The media fucking is all bullshit, right? They want you to believe and see rich people in a certain light. Right? You can see the rich people, they always like, oh, rich people, you know, they're always the scandals and all this stuff. Or they don't fucking report, oh, so and so donate so much money. Like that's like a 30-second thing. Anything that's bad, they spend 1 hour on it, right? Yeah. It's all this bullshit. But do you know why the media does that, by the way? Do you know why the media does that? It makes poor people feel better about themselves. It makes poor people feel better about themselves. Just like what I share with you. People cannot accept the truth. What do you mean like rich people are happy? They cannot be happy. What do you mean they're generous? They cannot be fucking generous. What do you mean they have a good family? They cannot have a good family. How could I justify? I can't fucking justify. So they have to make up this story and shit. Oh yeah, okay, they're rich, but oh no, they're family. They fall into shit. Oh, they must be workaholics. That they're not happy. At least I'm poor, but man, I feel better about myself. They cannot bear the thought they're rich and happy and fulfilled and generous. Fuck you. Can you see how people will react? The world goes to shit. Seriously. Seriously. So they have to do that. And guess what? If you have actually met, I can tell you this. This is not from the news. This is from personal experience. You know who are the ones that are greedy? You know who are the ones that stab my back? You know the one who's like, fuck me over? That's right, the poor. You know the ones who are generous, who are always giving, who are always willing to help? Guess who they are? The rich. Don't listen to other people. Find out for yourself. People talk about, oh, filthy, stinking rich. Have we heard that before? Filthy, stinking rich. You know what? I don't think I've ever met a rich person that's filthy, stinking. I've met a lot of poor people that are filthy, stinking poor. Seriously. But you don't hear that term. That term doesn't exist. You know, when I meet rich people, they're using fancy, expensive cologne. They smell pretty damn good to me. They shower a couple times. They shower a couple times a day. They go to spa. They look pretty good. They smell pretty good, right? You see, it's all this like bullshit. And let me tell you, money smells good. Have you ever smelled money last time? Money smells good. You can't get rich looking poor. You definitely cannot get rich feeling poor. Can't get rich looking poor. Can't get rich feeling poor. So we'll talk about wealth trigger. I'll give you one more wealth trigger. So Sifu was traveling. Now I am doing more speaking across North America. And from my home back then to the airport, it would, if I was to get a cab, like a taxi, it would cost me about $60. And one time, like, I was thinking about Wells Trigger again, right? Always thinking about my environment, people around me, the awareness, always pay attention. So thinking about, one time I just had a very bad experience with a cab driver. I mean, the seats were so dirty, and here we go, and nothing against taxi driver. It's just that particular taxi driver. I mean, it was smelly, it was stinky. It just had a very bad experience. Okay, and I was like, oh man. And you know what? I thought, what if I don't take the cab? What if I take a limo? And at the time, I've never never been in a limo before. Well, I'm gonna get a limo just to go to the airport when I travel. So I found out that in order to go from my home to the airport, so cab is how much? $60, right? A limo costs only $100. Only $40 more. Only $40 more. And I'm not talking about those like short sedan. I'm talking like a long limo. Okay, long limo. Or those stretch one. And I sat in a limo. And I'm like, now the first time I was in a limo, again, I wasn't very comfortable with it because it feels very weird. Because I was sitting in the very back of the limo, the driver is at the very front. So to talk to him, I need to yell, right? It's very far away, and it's so big, it's got so much space. It's just myself. It's a very strange feeling, right? And you got little champagne and like Fiji water on the side, like it's just strange. Right? And the first time I wasn't very comfortable, but I noticed that when I'm in a limo, a lot of people were looking into the limo. Like even when I stop at the red light, it's like, oh, like, who's in there? Like, who's that guy? That kind of thing. I'm like, oh, I feel pretty good about myself, right? I'm like, oh, someone important, right? And so, and I got to the airport and I flew to the event. And I got to the event. I noticed something very, very strange. I performed better as a speaker. I felt better. And I made more money. I'm like, how the hell did this happen? Nobody, like, the audience doesn't know that before I got on a plane, I ride in a limo. But you know who knows? I do. I know. The minute I step on stage, mental game. I got here in a limo, man. Right? And from then on, I couldn't. It becomes very challenging to get in the cab again. Just like Albert Einstein said, once your mind is stretched, it never retracts to its original state. Dan Locke says, once your wallet is expanded, it never retracts to its original state. Once you get used to a certain lifestyle, you do everything you could to keep living that lifestyle. And you know what? Now I don't care as much. Like sometimes when I'm traveling, if we do Uber or whatever, I don't care really as much. It doesn't bother me as much. But back then it bothers me a lot. But it does. Even when like sometimes the car is a little bit small, right? Sometimes with a team, I do sometimes have to. I kind of miss my Bentley here. Right? I want my Bentley, right? But really, it's not. It becomes a comfort. That's my new comfort. That's my new comfort. So selling high ticket, it's a profoundly transformational experience that goes far beyond your business. Because you will have a different relationship with money and success. because you will show up more powerfully and you won't be afraid to offer your best work to the world and be generously compensated. That's why this is so powerful. This is not just sales. This is high ticket closing. Do you notice even with how many see the booms every day within the Facebook community? You notice those boom. It's not, hey, it's just, oh, I made some money. No. You watch the video. You read the long post. It is how many can see it's a transformation? It's not just, oh, I made some money. I use some script. How many can see like all the stories, all the booms? There's a lot of depth. The only way you see that much depth is because Siva's taking them through a transformational experience. It is not what people think. You will see they now charge more. They're charging for what they're worth. Now they have more confidence. Now they're closing sales. Or they went from shy for uncertain. They went from uncertainty, right, to certainty. Went from scarcity to abundance. And you see this, by the way, it's not like, oh yeah, maybe you get a boom once every month. No. You do this every damn day. You log in every day. It never gets old. Every time I see a boom, like it never gets old. Where else? And I really take pride. Right? I'm very proud of what we've created together. Where else do you see this?
Sifu, I gotta interject here as well, right? It's like I know personally from watching you as you thumb, sometimes when we're preparing on set and we're driving somewhere and you're thumbing over your phone. Just for the rest of the audience here, you may not realize, like, Sifu will actually he's very, very proud. You can see the look on his face. Be like, oh, look at this guy, look at this girl. She just joined and she already got a boom, or he just joined. Or there are even some of you where you first joined and you were not very, active or a little bit shy. One thing I can definitely tell is that, Sifu is very, very passionate about your transformation. Like when you guys get results, his eyes light up. That is something I know that is priceless. So, for those of you getting results already, congratulations. Those booms, like I've been in so many other affiliate marketing groups. I've been in so many other, whatever, LinkedIn groups, other things, and you just don't see that. You don't see people transforming. Sure, there might be a couple of positive people in those groups, but it's not this ongoing result. People's lives changing, people's marriages getting better, people getting off addictions. People, it's so different.
So it's not just selling high ticket. This is a vehicle. It is a skill. And when you develop the skill, when you develop the mindset, everything change. When you see the matrix, everything change. And you will never look at your life, closing, people, relationship ever the same way again. And I'm so proud I'm being able to play a small part in that. And I'm very grateful and I'm very fortunate being able to do this every day with my students all over the world. It's just, what more could a man ask for? What more could a woman ask for? What more could a person ask for? Last secret. Secret number 6. Lower self versus higher self. This is one of the most foundational one of the most important concepts that we teach in HTC. And it's always a very heavy concept, but it's something that I need to teach. I must teach. And we have students when I teach this, that they get very upset. Sometimes they cry. Sometimes they're shocked. Sometimes they're just speechless. But it's very important. So lower self versus higher self. So what is the lower self? The lower self is the creative center of our negative attitudes. It's where all this stuff is made up of, feelings towards yourself and others. Arising of our egocentric separateness from the totality of life. It is our defense against pain, our numbness to feeling, our disconnection from ourselves and from other people. And it is the negativity that we act out as a result of this numbness. So what does the lower self sound like? As I go through these, I want you to see if you recognize some of these lower self moments. The lower self says, I can't. I can't. The lower self is immature. Immature meaning sometimes like to come to conclusions very quickly about something without doing any research, without doing any fact checking, or sometimes acting out of immaturity. The lower self feels pain, helplessness, rage, denial, withdrawal. The lower self wants things to be 100% perfect. Being a perfectionist. Wants control. Knowing there's no control. Always wants its way. Either my way or the highway. Lower self feels rejected. Can't win. It's not going to happen to me. It's not going to work. Or the lower self likes to blame, likes to play victim. Don't do this to me, life. The lower self also likes to rationalize. Shoulds, coulds. I should do that. I could do that. I should have done that. I could have done that. Full of excuses. The lower self also like to come up with false conclusions. That doesn't work. That will never work. It won't work for me. I'm different. My business is different. The lower self also likes to set impossible standards. The one you saw, $20 million, $250 million home. That's not a vision board. It's a lower self board. Why do people set impossible standards? Because when they don't achieve those goals, they have something to blame. Hey, not that I don't work hard. I set my goals too high. By setting impossible standards, it gives them a way out. But really, what they've done, they set themselves up for failures. But they want to look good. Something to blame. The lower self also blocks pains by freezing your feelings, feeling numb. How many of you feel numb? Just the way it is. It's that numbness feeling every day. And when people feel numb, they need distraction. That's why they go watch Netflix, they go do something, some kind of distraction. Go have a drink, go have a smoke. So they feel something. They still feel alive. Some, not alive, some feeling. The lower self also think about, I'm not enough. I don't matter. And I'm not worthy. That's the lower self. Closing is easy. Learning how to close. Anybody can learn it. That's not the problem. Lower self is the problem. That becomes a very vicious cycle. You experience rejection. Then you experience pain. It turns into hate. It turns into shame. It turns into guilt. Then it turns to self-punishment. And you circle back to rejection, to pain. Do you see why the lower self is so destructive? Do you know why you have a problem? You have a hesitation, and I'm talking to you. Why you have a hesitation? Simply making an introduction video and posting that on Facebook. It's not about the instruction video. It's not about that introduction video. What is it about? Oh yeah, I'm camera shy. No, that's a lower self talking. That's a lie. What you're saying is, I don't want to be judged. What would people think of me? How would they see me? Well, I don't know these people. They seem to be kind, but I don't know them. It's not about the video. It's not about being good on camera or not. There's nothing to do with that, actually. Do you know why you're afraid to connect with people? Do you know why you sit on a sideline? Do you know why you've been an observer all your life? An observer who doesn't participate, who's invisible. You don't know me, you can't hurt me. It's true. They don't know you, they can't hurt you. But they don't know you, they can't help you either. So you sit on the side watching other people participating, and life goes by. You don't really participate. And you think you're safe. And you may be safe. But are you happy? Is that what you want? Being alone? Don't matter? People don't even know you exist? Is that how you want to live? Is that who you want to be? Is that how you see yourself? So it's not about making the video. It is not about making the video. Everything Siva asks you to do has a purpose. It's to make you learn something about yourself. To make you realize what has been holding you back. Why you're not where you want to be. It has nothing to do with a vehicle. It has nothing to do with a gimmick. It has nothing to do with technology. It's your lower self. And you've been controlled by lower self for too long. How you behave, how you think, how you act. And what is very sad is most people don't know it. And they think it's them. It's not them. It's their lower self. You are not your lower self. You're you. You are not your lower self. Your lower self is your conditioned self. It's your programming from the past, from the media, from parents, from your friends, from relatives. You're not your lower self. So you could, nobody knows. You don't need to make the video. You don't need to attend the class live. You don't need to do the assignments. Nobody really knows. You could be an observer all your life, and you've been doing that all your life anyway. You're very good at it. I know you're very good at it. Just no one ever pointed it out. You see, what hurts me, what pains me is this. You are so good at it. You forgot who you are. You put on this mask for so long, you don't even know who you are anymore. You don't recognize. You look in the mirror and you say, is this who I am? Is this me? You forgot who you are. And for some, you wear so many masks. When you face different people, you wear one mask when you're talking to your family. You wear another mask when you're talking with clients. You wear another mask at work. And you're lost. You no longer know which one is me. Who am I? Who am I? And when you wear this mask, when you are hiding, when you are observing, when you're pretending, and you get so good at it. But every day, you die a little inside. And you wonder why you're depressed. You wonder why you're unfulfilled. You wonder why you're unhappy. And you wonder why you're lost. But you're not your lower self. Because you also have a higher self. This is the self that is the highest expression of your personality. And it's the self that knows you can create anything you want. Have you ever noticed? Have you ever had those moments that you know you're just in the zone, that you are in flow, that things just happen, things just work, right? And you or that sense of time is lost. That wow, I was just gone by. What happened? That you're excited, you are happy, you're energetic, you're alive. Those moments, that's your higher self. We've all had that. Have you had that? Moments in your life that you know, that's your higher self. So think about that you have this almost like an angel and devil on your shoulder. The angel is the higher self and devil is the lower self. There's that voice, a little voice, the negative voice. We all have that. Sifu has that too. We all have that. The key is, who do you listen to most of the time? Who do you listen to most of the time? So you notice yourself getting worried, stuck, disappointed, angry, jealous, frustrated, scared. Ask yourself, is this my higher self that's talking, or is this my lower self that's talking? You are not your lower self. If simply bring awareness to it, Okay. All right. Let me take a step back. Take a deep breath. Is this my high self that's talking, or is this my lower self that's talking? Oh, that's my lower self. Good. Because you can choose not to listen to your lower self. It's just a voice. Well, you're not good enough. You can choose not to listen to it. Or you could choose, well, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. I am not good enough. Who do you think you are? You're not qualified to do this. Now, I teach all my students, actually do this with me. Do this. Put your left hand out. Pull your left hand out. Okay? Put the left hand out. I want you to take your right hand. Take your right hand. I want you to slap that hand as hard as you could. That's called bitch slap the lower self. One more. One more. You could bitch slap that lower self. So when you catch yourself, who do you think you are? You're not good with sales. You speak with accent. Fuck you, lower self. Shut the fuck up. I don't need to listen to you. You have no control over me, over my life, over my decision. You can bitch slap that fucking lower self all the time. And when you bitch slap that lower self enough time, your lower self shut the fuck up. It has less power over you. Now the lower self, every time the lower self wants to say something, you boom. Well, you boom. Well, you can't afford boom. Okay, I won't say anything anymore then. Good. Sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. You can have fun with this. You can have a lot of fun with this. Right? Your camera is shy. You can't make the intro video. Shut the fuck up. Make a video right now, bitch. See how that works? You could. Bitch slap the fuck out of it. Don't give it any power. Don't give it any power at all. Zero. Zero. Also, one of the tools that Steve is going to give you is our HTC Creed. This is a very powerful way to bitch slap the lower self. So in the morning, you do the attitude gratitude, which it trains and rewires your mind for abundance. But this is what I give to all my HTC students. This is something that you could read every single morning to bitch slap that lower self. To say, hey, this is who I am. And this is what I'm capable of. None of that guilt, rejection, none of that bullshit. So I'm going to give this to you. You're going to be able to download it within the Dan Long University. Print it out. Put it on your wall. Every day. Read it. Live it.
Sifu, can we go through and read it together?
I'll let you do it.
All right. Everyone ready? I am able to blaze through every door of opportunity, and I play with resistance. I'm committed to my results, and I make no excuses. I take massive action, and every moment of every single day, I do whatever it takes to move me towards my dreams. I have the power to build what I want, the courage to create what I dream, and the tenacity to have whatever I please. I have the capacity to ask the right questions and the ability to listen with intent. I strive for excellence, yet I'm not attached. I'm a role model to many and a champion for all. I think in abundance, not scarcity. I close with conviction and absolute certainty. I have the confidence of a winner and the clarity of a doer. I feel the fear, but I do it anyways. I have the power to channel my ambition and the fortitude. I take responsibility for my own journey, and I'm willing to take risks for my destination. Every call I make, I start with a high level of positive expectation for success. I know that right now, my family and my friends are protected and more prosperous because of my ability to close. I'm constantly investing in myself to build a foundation that discovers the best version of who I am and who I want to become. My time, money, and reputation are my most valuable assets, and I invest these assets for the right clients with the right services to deliver the right results. I'm like the spirit of water, born to flow and be free. My name is, and I'm a high ticket closer. My name is, and I'm a high ticket closer. My name is, and I'm a high ticket closer.
Yay! Very good. Imagine you start the day with the creed. You shut down that lower self. Start the day with attitude, gratitude. Before you get on a closing call, you put yourself in that state of mind. You read the creed. You're not your lower self. At any given time, you can choose who to listen to, your lower self or your higher self. You'll also find the HTC Creed audio with my voice along with epic music in the Danlock University. So if you want, every morning, you want to do it alongside with Sifu, you can play the audio and read it out loud together. I challenge you, do that and see how that feels. Don't do it for a day. Don't do it for 2 days. Do it every day. Every day. Make that part of your morning ritual. A lot of successful people talk about having a morning ritual. Make that part of your morning ritual. HCC Creed, attitude, gratitude. Start the day with that and see how your life will transform. But I want you to think about your lower self. It's almost like a CD. Now, for the millennials, they're like, Sifu, what is a CD? CD is one of those disc that you used to put in a CD player, it's called, right? And it plays music. Right? It's got different tracks. Back then, believe it or not, back then CD was very popular. So I want you to imagine that it's a CD. That your lower self has certain sound as a voice. Now, what happens is when you play that CD, play that lower self CD, every single time you play it, it sounds the same. Rejection, embarrassment, shame, guilt, self punishment. You don't like it. the damn thing just keeps playing and playing and playing every damn day for years. It's like I'm sick and tired of this fucking lower self CD, but it keeps playing. And now you have that track in your mind right now, plays 24/7. So if you don't want the CD to keep playing, now we cannot change the CD because the lower self is always there. It's always there. We will always have a lower self and high self. The question always is, who do you listen to? Now, but if I want to shut the lower self down, shut the lower self up, I've given you the creed. I've taught you how to bitch slap the lower self. Another thing you can do is what I call scratch that CD. Now, how do you scratch that CD? Imagine you take the CD, the lower self CD, and you just scratch the fuck out of it. What happens when you put it back into the CD player? What happens? That's right. It doesn't play. It goes into, it keeps spinning and spinning and spinning, but it doesn't play. Or it skips a certain track, right? It's all messed up. That's the CD. Now, what do you do besides, so we have every single time when you read the HTC Cree in the morning, that's one scratch. If you want this damn thing, make sure it doesn't play. How many scratches you want to give it? You want to scratch the shit out of it, right? You want to destroy that shit. You don't want to scratch a couple times. It might still work. No, let me make sure this thing. I want it to be so bad. So many scratches, right? So besides that, I'm also going to give you, Steve's going to give you the mini Creed. The mini Creed is something that you can put on your cell phone, your smartphone. How many times you look at your phone every day? 10 times, 15 times, 100 times, 200 times. Now, every single time you look at your phone, and I give you both the smart iPhone and Android version of it. You can see both. I want you to mentally just read it out loud, just mentally. Every time you do that, it's a scratch. Imagine you scratch your phone 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Scratch that CD, right? Scratch that 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 times. That CD won't fucking work. It will not work, even if you want it to work. You scratch the fuck out of it in the morning, every day, all the time. How many are committed? How many want to scratch that CD? Yes. Yes. So you'll be able to download that from the Denlock University as well. Assignments. Now, this week, we have quite a bit of assignments for you. So last week, we have done a number of assignments, right? We've exposed those lies. You have written a letter to yourself. You watch more videos, right? This week, now we're going to get into some intense training. And step 2, this list, Sifu and the team is going to send that to you about all the assignments. So we have some questions that after you watch the video that I want you to answer. Being able to recognize, what are your personality, right? What resonate with you? What is your gem, GEM, your gemstone type? Because I believe every single one of us, you're all precious. You're all a stone. One is not better than the other. All 4 are good. All 4 are good. And all 4 have strengths and weaknesses. And then I want you to think about the people in your life, your spouse, your mother, if you have children, your close friends. What are their personality types? Being able to recognize. This is such a powerful exercise. How many of you have kids? Put in the chat. You know how sometimes that you want your kids to behave a certain way and you tell them to do certain things, and then you're like, how come they don't listen to me? Sometimes partially it's because you're a certain personality type. Maybe your son, your daughter, they are different personality type. So if you communicate the way that you always communicate to yourself, it doesn't resonate with them. But if you communicate the way that they want to be communicated to, now you get through to them. So this has helped so many family, parents, and father and mother, just better communication. Even if you have, you have parents, you want to better communicate with the parents, this would also help you tremendously as well. And from the list above, we talk about when conflict arises, like which gems do you have the most conflicts with, right? How do you handle these differently? Which I'm going to teach you all of that when you watch the training. And after learning this information, because next week we're going to deep dive into the different personality type, right? How could you close different personality type? And what things would you change? What things would you change? Number 3. Now we talk about the money beliefs. We need to examine, just like exposing the lies. We need to examine your current money beliefs. So once you answer these questions multiple times, again, don't worry, all these will be sent to you through an email so you get all the assignments. But I do want to go through it, walk you through it, okay, with you. Without thinking, without editing, without filtering, money is. Multiple times, money is. Wealth is. Wealthy people are. Now make sure you don't fill out the answers that you think or are correct. I want you to, without filter, what comes to mind first? Because we need to, we'll change your money beliefs, but we need to examine your current money beliefs. In order to do that, we need to be completely honest with each other. Don't write something because, I know Sifu would say, money is good, wealth is good. Like, no. Right now, your current beliefs, what comes to mind with no filter? The reasons I can't or may not become wealthy are some of the possible negatives about being wealthy or going through the process of wanting to be wealthy are my greatest worries and fears regarding money and wealth are the worst thing about money is, and I want you to write down as many of them so you can answer the first question 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times until no answers would come up. And I want you to write down everything about money, wealth, and rich people that you heard as a child, because we need to go back to their roots. Where this stuff come from? And maybe write down a description of an early emotional experience involving money that still affects you today. Maybe it's when you were 5, 6, 7 years old. And you ask your mom, hey, Mom, can I buy some ice cream? And your mom yell at you and say, no, we can't afford it. What, you think money grows on trees? Whatever it is. But I bet there's one incident. There's usually one big one, an early emotional experience involving money. If you have more than one, write them all down. I want you to write them all out, okay? And write down the conclusion and story you created from that experience and how that story has affected you up to this point. And every time you write it down, this is not just writing it down, this is you having the conversation with yourself. We got to dig deep. I want you to write down your family situation and each parent's or adult guardian's habits. They are ways of thinking and being around money as you were growing up. And describe who you might be similar to or sometimes opposite to, and in what ways. What was your parents' financial situation like? What are those conversations like? Were you raised with a feeling of scarcity and not having enough, or in abundance and wealth? What did your parents teach you about money and making money? What did they teach you about wealth, about rich people? answer all of that. Because when we lay it all out, all your current money beliefs, what are you going to find? You're going to find exactly what's been holding you back. You're going to find out, oh my God, no wonder I'm struggling to make money, or I'm struggling to keep money. Look at all this negative shit that's in my head. Look at all these things. But no one ever pointed out for you. Shine a light on them. That's what we're going to do. Because once we shine a light on them, we could change it. But we need to find out. We need to dig deep. We need to bring them out first. Does that make sense? So take your time. Take your time to do this. Step 4. This is fun. We're gonna get comfortable with money. We talk about this. Most people don't have money because they are not comfortable with money. So we're gonna learn how to be comfortable with money. Now, Siva's taught you about wealth trigger, right? We talk about the environment, right? This is the money game. So I want you to get a lot of cash. A lot of cash. You know, you want at least like one big stack of money, not a couple bills. You want a big stack of cash. It can be small notes, doesn't matter, but you need a lot of them. You need a lot of them. And then what I want you to do is I want you to play with them as like a kid would play with like balls and toys and stuff. Be creative. I want you to throw them around. I want you to let them rain. I want you to swim in them. I want to rub them against the skin. I want to touch I want you to smell it and feel it. Have some fun with this. Step 5, continue to immerse yourself into Sifu's teaching. Watch 10 videos a day, minimum 10 videos a day, especially the ones on closing, because next week we're going to closing. We have a lot of sales and closing video. So watch some of that. It will give you a very good jump start. When we go into next class, we move fast. It's intense. How many of you find this today, tonight's class, just a little bit overwhelming? Just a bit. Yes, that's right. That's right. How many of you committed? Then flex. Then flex it every day. You got to feed your mind with the proper nutrition. Not the negativity, not the media bullshit. Feed your mind with the proper info, the proper beliefs, the proper new belief that you need to install in your mind. Step 6, program your mind for wealth. Every day in the morning, I've said it many times, attitude of gratitude is one of the most important things I could teach you. You cannot be fearful and grateful at the same time. When you are grateful, you will not be fearful. And human beings, we don't naturally feel grateful. It is something that we have to very consciously, intentionally do. You got to do gratefulness. You got to do gratitude, right? You don't just feel gratitude. You got to do it. Middle of the day, the millionaire mindset. Before you go to bed, program your subconscious mind for success and wealth. Again, it's very normal when you listen to the exercise before you go to bed to fall asleep while you're listening to it. It's a very healthy thing. It's a very healthy thing. And read the Qi Creed out loud at least once a day. How many times a day? At least once a day. And scratch that CD. How many are going to scratch the fuck out of that CD? Install the mini Creed on your cell phone. Scratch every time, just very quickly, glance through it. Every time you look at your phone, very quickly glance through it, read it silently in your mind. You do that. It takes you a few seconds, just a few seconds. And boom, that's one scratch. Right? A few minutes later, boom, that's another scratch. That's right. Scratch that CD. And make sure you submit your completed assignments to assignments@highticketsales.com. Yes, we will remember. We will send you those assignments, all those questions from all those steps. so you won't miss anything. And we'll announce the attendance rate after each class within 24 hours in the XTC Facebook group. So last week we did pretty well. I think this week, keep my fingers crossed. I think we'll do okay.
I don't know, Sifu. I don't know. It looks looking pretty tight.
Pretty tight.
Yeah.
We'll
I think people
we'll
got
announce the
last
numbers
week.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And post questions and progress. If you have any question, post that in the Facebook group. If you have not made your intro video, when is a good time? When's a good time? Very good. Very good. So this class, week 2, congratulations. Good job. Good job. You've done well. You have done well. Do the assignments, follow through, and see who will talk to you next week. Same time, same place. And you are closer, much closer than you think.